Coffee in Tow is an interactive world news podcast, a dynamic and engaging live show that streams across multiple internet radio stations worldwide. This podcast brings you real-time news updates, in-depth analysis, and interactive discussions on global events, making you a part of the conversation no matter where you are. With a diverse range of expert guests and listener participation, it's your go-to source for staying informed and connected to the world. Coffee in Tow is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grand Coffee House. I was enjoying that a bit too much. All right, if you want to find my playlists, they are available on soundcloud.com. You can catch them or find them over there and enjoy. Just look for Moments with Me. They're under that name, Moments with Me. All right, it is Wednesday, June 25, 2025, 6:25:25. Thank you so much for joining me for Coffee in Tow, world news on the go. 4 hours filled with news from around the world, always great conversation and music. Coffee in Tow comes to you live weekdays starting at 9 a.m. Eastern on QMZRadio.com for quality music while you work or play, JanoRadio.com, your non-stop party vibe station, and MadMusicHouse.com for any genre, anytime. We're live on TikTok starting at 9:15 a.m. and we are live on YouTube starting at 9:35 a.m. Eastern. Don't forget to subscribe to TikTok. Become a TikTok subscriber. We're going to be having exclusive content coming soon. Also, and you have to be a subscriber to be able to access the exclusive content. Yeah. Also invite you to subscribe to our YouTube channel, Coffee in Tow YouTube channel. You can visit, I've made it easy for everybody. Just head on over to www.coffeeinto.com. There you can watch live, you can play catch up on past episodes. You can we have the contact us, reach out to us, you can send us an email. You will find the links to our YouTube channel, TikTok, as well as Instagram. We've made it very easy. If you would like to help Coffee in Tow grow, we also have a link there to buy me a coffee. Buy me a cup of coffee, yeah. You can click the link there. We have the resources page, and our resources page. On that page, you will find links to valuable information, all right, for things in the region as well as health wise. We also have our shop page, and there you can shop our sponsors, lormelskinfood.com. Yes, www.lormelskinfood.com, your home, your go-to for 100% organic, natural skincare products as well as hair care. And you can also shop grantcoffeehouse.com. If you use the code CoffeeInto20, that will give you 20% off all coffee products. Just use the code CoffeeInto20 at checkout. Head on over there, www.grantcoffeehouse.com. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So don't forget, subscribe to the YouTube channel, Coffee Into. Become a subscriber right here on TikTok, because we're going to be having exclusive content and you don't want to miss out on that. All right. Okay. Yay, Shirley. All right, folks, we're going to go ahead and do a check-in. Got to check in with my people. All right. So tap it nice, tap it nice, tap it nice. You know, in a Jamaican household, you got your tap it nice na my head. All right, Shelly, how you doing? How are you?
I am doing good, my dear. I had my walk this morning and I made my breakfast and I'm getting up now. I am a morning person. Morning is actually my favorite time. Mm-hmm.
Looks like I need to bring you into the group chat, because we do walks in the morning and stuff.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, we do. I try to do at least 30 minutes. I try.
Mm-hmm.
So this morning I wasn't able to squeeze in a full 30 minutes because of the weather. But yeah,
Mm-hmm.
anything, everything
Yes.
adds up. Okay, folks, the goal is to move. So
Yeah, I did an hour. I did
oh,
girl, that is the
girl,
best
me have
part.
the rules there, but me I talk about pan people. Yes, me have them
Yes,
too.
man.
So when me
I
talk,
haven't too.
so when me talk
But
about people, me I talk about myself too.
absolutely. I did an hour this morning and the weight is really hard to lose because to be honest, I love to eat. I'm not gonna lie.
Girl, I have my weaknesses. I have my weaknesses.
Yeah, so I did my walk and the walk works even if I don't, I've lost weight since I started it religiously. But one thing I noticed is that my skin has gotten so much firmer, and I like that.
Yes, yes, yes,
She
yes.
gone,
No,
she
I'm
gone.
hearing you.
Maybe
I'm
she
hearing.
got a call or
No, I'm
something.
hearing it. I'm hearing you. Even though,
Oh
yeah, I'm hearing you.
no. No, what I'm saying, I've not lost as much weight that I would have liked, but I lost about 8 pounds, 10 pounds since I started walking.
Awesome.
Yeah, but one of the things I noticed is that my body, my skin has gotten so much firmer than before I start walking. So for that reason, I'll continue.
Of course. Yeah, don't give it
Mhm.
up. So for
Mhm.
me, I have not lost weight. I have got smaller, but I have not lost weight. And the reason is um every time I walk, I do weights afterwards. So I'm building muscle, and muscle weighs more. So yeah.
Mhm.
And I
Mhm.
don't want to be skinny. I really don't want to
Mhm.
be skinny. I want to be healthy.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah, me too. But I'm short and I could lose a little bit more than I'm actually carrying.
Yeah.
But you know, it's not like I'm yay big. I still wear a size 10. So
Okay. So we're in the same range. Because I'm at
Right.
8'10" too. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, me too. So it's not like, we're out there, but it's important to keep healthy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mhm.
This is my struggle area, and I'm not
Me
ashamed
too,
to talk
girl.
about it. My stomach, and that's because I sank into a sedentary lifestyle, which is
Mhm.
unhealthy. And I do have my weaknesses, Shelley, and I'm sure many of us can
Mhm.
relate.
Mhm.
My
Mhm.
weakness, bread.
Me, girl.
Bread,
Mm.
rice,
Mhm.
weakness. Those two in particular. And then I do have a sweet tooth. I have an
Oh,
affinity
girl.
for like
Mm.
pies. I have an affinity for some Italian desserts. Listen,
No, man, me couldn't move side of you because you have an influence.
no, I do have a weakness, but I'm being disciplined. I'm learning
Mhm.
to discipline myself, Shelley. And
Mhm.
what I try to do is during the week, I try
Mhm.
my best to be conscious of
Mhm.
what it is that I'm eating. On the weekends, I live a little. I'm not gonna lie. I
Mhm.
do live a
Mhm.
little, but
Mhm.
still I try to be cautious. Yeah.
Yeah, those are really my weaknesses too. And like you said, I try to mentally be conscious of what I eat. If I and I like I really have a weakness for sweet. And if I have something and I'm aware that I had a shake for
Mm-hmm.
that day, I'll just drink water or be very much aware that I have had my intake of sweet for the day.
Right.
So this is how I balance it.
Here's the thing, all things in moderation, Shelley.
Yes.
All things in
Mm-hmm.
moderation. You know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean?
Yes.
Anything we do, we have to be, just be mindful, not
Mm-hmm.
to
Absolutely.
overindulge, so that's important. But
Uh,
you can't live a boring, sad, dull life,
no,
right?
something like and I love to bake as well. And
Ooh.
you see what I thought about though. You see what
Ooh.
but,
No.
but what I do, I realize is a struggle, and I've not done it for a while. And because I'm a person who loves to experiment with food, I will see something and I'm like, I'm gonna try bake that.
So how you talk about you couldn't live side of me? Me couldn't live side of you.
Here you go. Here you go.
Because anyhow me open my door or my window and me is what that? Boy girl, hold on,
You
let
see
me
what
come
you see
knock
what
on
I
your
mean?
door.
Exactly. So it's all moderation. If one of the things with me, if I bake, when I bake and I bake something and it comes out really good, I know I have to take a nice little slice and take the rest to work.
And give it away. That's
Yes.
a good idea. I like
Right.
that. Yeah,
Right. Right.
yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Mhm.
So thank you, Shelley. Thank you for
From
chit
Kirk,
chatting.
let's hear from Kirk.
Yes, I was gonna go to Alexia first. I'm going in order. Let's hear what's going on with Alexia, and then we drop down to Kirk. Alexia, what's good? What's popping? How things on the rock?
Nice in the background.
Yeah, I hear the noise. Everything good? I hope
Yeah,
I hope you're
the
being
place at
the place hot. All right.
the
Okay.
place at chip out a door I make nice, the picnic them in the house I make nice. The place at and I just eat that today. Yeah, I make breakfast for the little people them and we're surviving.
You're
We're
surviving.
surviving.
Thank you,
But
Julie.
you guys were talking about this addiction to sugar though. So that means I couldn't entice enough to do like one sugar detox, one like a 3 day, one weekend
No,
sugar
I
detox.
can't do it. That's not it's okay. So here's the thing, Alexa. I am very conscious of what I do consume. And as I said, on the weekends is when I splurge. During the week is when I am more disciplined, right? So coffee, no sugar, tea, no sugar. And I will have like 2 to 3 cups of coffee in the morning, zero sugar, zero cream. I will then have tea throughout the rest of the day, whether it's turmeric and ginger, sour sop, whatever tea I have, or chai, no cream, no sugar. I don't drink mixed drinks during the week at all. The only time I drink is on the weekend, and if I do have a drink, it have to balance out with RUM, some kind of liquor in the mix. So during the week, I don't have a problem. I have gone days, Alexa, where I'm gonna eat no bread, I'm gonna eat no rice, nothing. Yeah, so I can do it. It's not hard. For me, it's not hard. I just have to put my mind to it. Me no know.
Well, I'm looking company.
You're looking company to do what?
Yeah, I want to do
Alex, I've done the sugar detox before, and it works amazing. But Alex, let me tell you something. I will tell people that sugar is to me like cigarette is to the cigarette addiction. It's really an addiction. But if I could discipline myself longer, it works because I've done it before and it does work.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can do it.
I want to get back. I want to get back to my bandwagon on the wagon that I was on last year, where I was doing strict ketovore. The only veggies I was intaking is pak choy, cabbage, cucumber, lettuce, and tomato, and then eggs and meat, pretty much. And I'm going to tell you this: I never missed sugar. The only liquid I was drinking was water. If I was drinking tea, it was sugarless. So, and I saw it play out on my skin. I had very nice skin, you know.
Tell Chip to tap
Even
the
the what you call it?
Give Chip a bone,
Chip.
please.
No, Chip. One outer door, so Chip I try getting attention.
Okay.
What's that thing called? The dark spots. What they call them? Hyperpigmentation. That went away in my face and stuff like that. And we all have to, what I hear Shelly talk about sugar, but what I do, I'll confess, I don't have a healthy relationship with food.
Okay.
I don't. I'm an emotional eater, and a lot of us are emotional eaters.
Yeah.
And when we say not having a good relationship with food, you might think, oh, we sit down and eat a big whack of food. No, it's what we choose to eat when we're going through certain emotions, certain moods. You know, when I am anxious, I need the crunch and the salt. Yeah. So I'll go through banana chips. I'll go through a bag of banana chips like nobody's business. And then I feel bad about it after. I'm probably not eat nothing tomorrow, drink some water.
I'm right there with
And it's
you.
just a roller coaster.
Yeah.
It's just a roller coaster, you know. And then I convince myself, oh, me can't eat one chocolate muffin, man. Yeah, but me did buy 1 6-pack. And then me I said, but if me eat the 6-pack, you're not go around, come in and go eat that next month. I just one time for the month. It's all how we convince ourselves of the foolish is. So I realized when I was doing keto oh my God, I didn't miss the sugar. I felt great. I was never hungry and I was only eating 1 meal a day. And I had to be asking myself these questions. Alexia, are you hungry? Are you hungry? My neighbor saw me sit with myself, talking to myself. And she's like, Alexia, what is going on? I'm like, I want to find out if I'm hungry. She said, your belly a growl? I said, no, but usually I don't wait until my belly is growling. I eat. So I'm trying to find out if I'm hungry. What does real hunger pain feel like? And I realized that I've been overeating all this time. Eating without needing to, but just eating because, oh, it's dinner time. Eating, oh, because, you know, a lunch, because you never did eat breakfast.
You know, so, I'm glad you brought that up, Alexa, because remind me when one of the docs come in the building, I need to find out who wrote the rules about breakfast must be had by a particular time, lunch must be had at a particular time, dinner must be had at a particular time. Because the truth be told, sometimes at the time, the designated breakfast time, you're not ready for anything. And I think we're from a culture now where we force ourselves to eat, even though we're not hungry. Oh, but the rule says you must have breakfast between 7 o'clock or 10 o'clock in the morning. So, and they said the earlier the better. And then you're supposed to have your lunch between 12 and 2. And dinner, you don't want to have that later than 6 o'clock. Who wrote those rules?
It's the food industry. It's a food industry because remember, no, the first company that came in and said, oh, cornflakes is a balanced breakfast. They just wanted to sell cornflakes.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And if they want to sell something as for you to eat it early in the morning, they tell you it's breakfast. So no, they literally used food to program us to say, listen, breakfast is the healthiest meal of the day. But what if I'm not hungry? No, you're going to make me feel guilty.
Yeah.
What if I'm not hungry?
Yeah.
You're going to force me to go eat breakfast. And the thing is, a lot of us don't realize this. It's when you wake up in the morning, because you have trained your body to eat in the mornings, your body will just, you're automatically eat. You're not even listening to the intelligence of your body to say no. You just are going to eat because you always done it. This is what you grew up doing. And then you grossly overeat, and you overeat on the wrong things. You get what me say?
We
You
overindulge.
overeat on the wrong things. Yeah. And then your child, you have a child come into the picture, and you pass on the same toxic eating habits to your child, all in the name of this is what they told us. You understand me? So I'm trying to get back to the point where I listen to my body and do what my body wants to do, and stop forcing my body to do what society is saying I should do.
Discipline.
Right? So the first, yeah, I've backed off of breakfast, right? I've backed off of breakfast, and now I'm trying to, no man is an island, so is a woman. We're not islands, and I just need some company, right? To do this weekend challenge with me. I'm trying to do it the first weekend in July just to kick off, you know? So I don't know. Whoever wants to join me, send me
But
an
here's the thing,
inbox.
Alexia. I'm gonna back into a corner right now. Hey AT on YouTube. I'm gonna back into a corner right now. Don't ask me to join you if you're not gonna be consistent.
I know what you're backing me into the corner about the exercise.
Consistency
And
is key.
I had to take a roundabout turn right there because my body was in pain. I wanted to continue with my exercise and whatever, but I'm highly inflamed. The knees, the back, the ankle, it's crazy. Like when the instructor is telling me
tell you what to do, because pain is a part of the process. But go ahead.
I know. No, but I am aware of that, and that's very true. But when you can ask somebody to look at you and they're telling you, oh, the knee there is really big, like it's really swollen, that's when I had to step back, because I might be injuring myself more than helping the situation. So I'm trying to get into my kitchen more often, and trying to, because losing weight is really 80% of what you eat, 20% exercise, right? I have to get this inflammation under control, not to get rid of it altogether before I go back to exercising, but being able to breathe while I'm exercising, being able to actually move, do what I need to do to get these exercises done, So I want to start off with that's why I'm starting at 3 days, the sugar detox, and not a week, doing that impossible goal. So this is my starting point, and then we build a schedule after that. I have to learn not to make these big goals where I go fill up one whole book. Just do half a page at a time.
Yes, Alexia. All right, so let me read a comment here. AT says, we're all individuals. Eat when you are hungry. First thing to have in the morning is a glass of water. Absolutely. I've heard that from medical professionals as well, AT. So I will agree with you. Alexia, with regard to the inflammation, I think you need to speak with your healthcare provider. That is important, so you know exactly what you need to do. It could be a matter of diet. We don't know, right? So always consult with your healthcare provider so they can tell you what it is that you need to start doing or stop doing to get control of the inflammation. It could also, you might think it's inflammation, it could be water retention, right? So we don't want to make folks, and this is for anybody listening, if something is going on in your body, let us not self-diagnose. It is even though you may be familiar with it, right? Or you have an inclination, it is best that you go and seek the counsel of your health care provider. The sooner, the better, right? Because sometimes what we are seeing is the end result, or it is a warning about something else that is going on. that needs our attention. All right. So please, folks, may I beg you no do check on that. And here's the thing: I'm gonna give you a personal experience. I'm gonna chat my husband business, right? He's a truck driver, so ever so often you have to get a DOT physical done to keep your license going, to keep your CDL Class A license going, right? Because your license is your money, and so you take care of your family, and so you take care of yourself. So every time it was his time for his annual now for his, and he could not get recertified. They would only give him 30 days. His blood pressure was high, and no matter what, it would not come down. So we had to draw our behinds into the doctor's office, right? When them do the blood work on the man, the old Leyland truck will park up in some abandoned field. That was where he was headed. Everything was out of sync, attributed to poor lifestyle. And when I say poor lifestyle, being over the road, because he spent many years over the road. He said that over the road living is torture. You purchasing food sometimes over the road at the truck stops. What you buying? Salt and sugar. More salt and sugar. Because the food at the truck stops not healthy. And then you're not exercising the way you should. You come home, you're tired, you're beat out. Because being over the road, you not get good sleep. Right? Yes, you have been in the truck, but you're not as comfortable as you would be at being at home. So it took a toll on him. So blood work done, only to discover a whole laundry list of things that needed to be addressed expeditiously. And we got to work. Thankfully, knock on wood, he's pretty much back to normal. Still working. He's on blood pressure medication, but he has lowered. The dosage has been lowered, right? So he's on low dose, and then he doesn't have to take it every day. Every other day, sometimes every 2 days. So, folks, it's important. Pay attention to what's going on with you. Get your behind in a doctor's office. Have a complete blood work done. Get an executive profile done. See what is going on so they can give you the right recommendations. Don't listen to John Tom down the road. I said, this me doing now. Because John Tom is different from you. Right? John Tom is different from you. And you need to know what your baselines are so you know where to start. Okay? Of course, we do a lot of juicing. We have had to change diet and everything. A lot of fruits, a lot of vegetables, a lot of juicing, right? Reduction in carbs. We have to make the changes. But remember too, diet alone does not work for everyone. Some people have to be on medication. Do not let somebody say, no, you don't need a medication. At this alone you need. Because you don't know until you end up in that doctor's office and get the blood work done what will work best for you. There are doctors who agree with eating healthy and going natural, and they pair that with the medication, right? Remember, not because Kirk said, no man, I this you for eat, that you're going to jump up and eat what Kirk said for eat. Kirk is not your healthcare provider. All right, me done talk. All right, me run off my mouth long enough. Kirk, you have to bless up the place. Mr. Ever Bless, never stress.
Top of the morning. Welcome to Coffee Intel. This is a Wednesday, 25th of the 6th month. You're listening near and far. As everybody on YouTube, thank you for tuning in. Everybody on the radio station, thank you for tuning in. Everybody on TikTok, it goes. Stop that screen. Let's go. Show the love. You know what I mean? Yes, it is a Wednesday. You know, Wednesday we always represent our females, our princesses, our women, our yes, Lord, you have blessed us.
Yeah.
Hello. Yes, as you know, it is hot. Stay cool. Make sure you have your lime and cucumber juice today, and always stay healthy.
Stay
As for me,
hydrated.
listen, me unhealthy right now, but me I try to get myself back in shape. You know what I mean?
Kirk, the first thing you've done, you have acknowledged, and you know what you
No,
need to do.
I
And
want
guess
to
what?
hear
You
me.
start. You have started.
Yeah, me I try to lose the weight. Me too overweight. For my height.
How tall are you, Kirk?
I'm 6'4", and I'm saying weight 330.
Wow, yeah. We have to work with your cardiovascular. We have to work on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's motivation. We're gonna keep everybody encouraged and motivated. All right.
Yeah, but me literally don't want to look too skinny. Cause I look too skinny, then me say me look ugly.
Whoever tell you that, just in their face, in their face, in their
Yeah,
face.
you know it go. Yeah, man, know yourself, my friend. I'll join you for the
Yeah, man.
detox over the weekend. Lot of mercy.
Yeah, let's do it. We all have something that we can work on. And the first thing is acknowledging, accepting it, owning it, and then making a plan, having a plan. Right?
That is it. That is it.
Yeah.
That is it.
Yeah.
And them send us a 240.
President, good morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Not sure if you can talk. Ja, what's going on over there in Hot Wheels State?
It's hot. Good morning, all. Good morning, CIT family. Good morning, Adesoji. I missed you.
He was busy handling his kids, his children. You know, the children come first and foremost, always.
Yes, my stepchildren do. They come first.
Oh yeah, I want the title. I love that. I love that.
Morning to everyone. Moments we were speaking about some health and dieting and eating and stuff earlier, and I just want to make a few pointers here. The first thing first, like you said, oftentimes we diagnose ourselves, but we're not sure what we're diagnosing.
That is true.
So the first thing we should do is to implore everyone, if you haven't done it before, or if you haven't done it yet, go and do an annual checkup. Go to your doctor, do a full checkup, run all your tests so you know where you stand. Then speak to your medical professionals if there is any ailment as to how you could go about taking care of it. If you're on any medication, make sure you ask what it is you can use along with this medication, because some of the natural products we use, yes, they're good, but they might have adverse effect depending on the medication you're taking. So that's the second thing. I also want everybody to remember, like for those people saying, what should I eat, what shouldn't eat? Remember the things we do during COVID to boost our immune system? These are stuff we can do every day. We could keep our immune system in check so that our body is at its optimum to respond to any ailment that might come about. As it comes to eating and foods, listen to your body. Listen to your body. There are some stuff that you eat and your body would reject it. You would know that. Once you start to pay attention, you'll pick it up easier. You understand? As to Alexia was talking about eating in the morning and stuff like that. Everybody will come up with their routine. What you have to say is consistency is important. And I'm not giving medical advice.
Right.
But from my experience, consistency is important. If you're eating a particular time, eat that particular time. I think snacking sometimes really throws us off because we eat a lot of stuff in between meals that really, I think, affect our digestion and so on. But be consistent with what you do. And the same things, we need fruits, we need vegetables, I was looking at something before, and something I had adhered to is, listen, if you're not a nutritionist and you don't know all the fancy stuff, just make sure you play it colorful, because different colors when it comes to vegetables and so on have different nutrients, in the leaves and different antioxidants and so on. So you just make sure you eat a variety of stuff. Because sometimes we look at this, okay, kale juice and this juice and whatever is trending at the time, and it's saying it's so healthy. Yes, these things might be healthy to an extent, to the point where sometimes they become dangerous because your body is not getting all the different nutrients and food groups it need to flourish. So these are stuff, and do everything in consultation with a professional. It might seem expensive, but it's always better to have a professional perspective, a medical perspective, regardless of what you're doing.
Yeah.
We know we can't go wrong with exercise, and exercise don't mean trying to run a marathon. We are not all meant to run a marathon. Getting up and doing a quick 15 minutes brief walk every morning, could do that starting with 2 push-ups, 2 sit-ups, and 1 jumping jacks every morning. Just be consistent. Over time, we improve, and we improve our cardiovascular. So these are some of the stuff that we can do on our own. Look at the products that we're using. Look at the chemical content.
Yeah.
There's a lot of information out there now about what chemicals is not good for us in particular products. Just avoid it. When you go to the shelf, avoid picking up stuff, especially food stuff, with words that you cannot pronounce. If you cannot pronounce it, you don't need to know what's in it. All the Z, the Q, and the A's and Y's coming together, you know that is some kind of synthetic stuff. Shop on the outside of the aisle where we have natural products. Eat like our grandparents eat, and we would be better off. So these are just some things that we can do, to help us along and be consistent. Form community. It might be boring for you alone to walk, but if you have 2 or 3 people starting a walk every evening or twice or 3 times a week, or going for a little jog or whatever, don't try your walk. You get tired, you slow down, you speed up, whatever it is, whatever works for you. But it's about being conscious and mindful of where you are also. Give yourself grace when you're starting. And if you have to start 1,000,000 times, so what? Start 1,000,000 times. You're not training for the Olympics. You're trying to change your lifestyle. You cut out the extra sugars and all the extra stuff that you know is not good for us. We cut it out, and we will learn over time. Because as I said, you consume things, it makes you feel a certain way. A lot of this stuff sometimes have almost immediate effect. Listen to your body, and just you will get it right after a while.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so that's just my little take on it.
Thank you, Mr. President, for your contribution. Yes, important. Adesoji, how are you doing?
And sorry, sleep. Sleep is something we ignore.
You said that?
Sleep is something we ignore. We need to work on it. We need to work on it.
Hold on a second.
We need.
No,
remember?
No. Say I need to work on it. That's what you need to say. Come on, say it with me. I need to work on it.
I need to work on it.
Absolutely. Thank you for that valuable piece there. Yes, Adesoji.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. First and foremost, good afternoon to my queen, Lady Ja. How are you doing?
I'm doing well, Adesoji. How are you?
How about the backside this? Hold on there.
Give us a minute. Just give us a minute.
Okay. All right. Take your minute. I have to step away for 1 brief second. So take on a minute. I'll be right back.
How is the weather in the UK?
Oh, the weather is lovely. It's the right kind of temperature for summer. How's everything in Hot Wheels country?
I'm sorry, what did you say? Because my GPS, I have a man on my GPS and he has a rough voice. I didn't hear you.
I said, how is everything in the Hot Wheels country?
Abby?
In Hot Wheels
in
country.
Hot Wheel country, it's getting it's getting hot. It's getting hot.
Very interesting.
Hot.
Yeah. So yes.
I think they just banned. They just banned the 3 letters that we used to partake in. I'm going into a parking lot. I'm going to lose you. So just keep talking, Adesoji.
Okay, yes. Yes, good afternoon to everyone. Coffee and Toe family, Mr. President, Alexia, Ms. Shirley, of, and of course, Queen Moments, who happened to just step away from the microphone. Hope you all having a wonderful day.
All right, I am back. Thank you all for your patience. Y'all had your minute. We can get going.
Of course,
Okay.
a moment, 1 minute is far too short, but I'll just say the point has been made. Thank you very much, and good morning, Rosie.
Rosolo, what's going in the A? In the A, what's good? What's popping?
Good morning. Good morning. Happy, what was it, Wednesday? The A is nice and warm, no complaints. If I complain, it would be a sin. So hope everyone is having a blessed morning. Morning, everyone. Ja, Adesoji, Mr. President, how you doing? Shelly, Alexia, hope you're nice and warm down there in Jamaica. But yeah, man, another day.
She's on the rock. Yeah, man.
Yes, she is.
All right.
Y'all stay blessed. Have a good day listening in.
Of course. Awesome. All right, folks. So let's go ahead and get started. As always, we kick it off in the Caribbean corner. First order of business. Police pledge comprehensive crackdown on gangs. This article comes to us courtesy of Barbados Today.bb. Boy, all the islands that might deal with something. Top law enforcement officials have branded the recent surge in gun violence as domestic terrorism, pledging an all out offensive to dismantle criminal networks after a weekend of coordinated shootings left one man dead and another injured and property extensively damaged. Commissioner of Police Richard Boyce told a press briefing on Monday morning at his Rubach Street city headquarters that while violent crime in the past couple of weeks is a cause for grave concern, he was moved to address the public and allay their fears
based on all of that. And another thing he said that I thought was interesting too is that Trinidad and Tobago, like the trade between the Eastern Caribbean islands and Trinidad and Tobago, he said they send something like $65 million a year in US dollars trade with Trinidad and Tobago. And Trinidad and Tobago is trading like a fraction of that with them. But Trinidad and Tobago is paying them in Trinidadian currency, not US. So based on all of that type of stuff that is coming out now, like I had some hope, but now my hope is just like gone down. I don't think it's going to work. Too much chaos is going on within the region that we don't know of. And these two men, they just said this last week. So just imagine the others that are not saying anything. Yeah, so I don't know. It just seemed hopeless to me. I'm sorry, but it just seemed hopeless.
Well, James,
hold on one second, Mr. President. Jad, do me a favor. Reach out to AT for me, please. YouTube went down a while ago. We're back up now. I'm not sure what happened. Just let him know for me, please, that we're back up. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. President. Sorry.
Well, James, isn't it a good thing that a lot of these things are coming out now? Because if everything is on the table, then we could find a easier solution, you know, when we start to air these things. Because, for instance, I heard there are people like businesses that brings in stuff that's not manufactured in CARICOM, stick a label on it like the same way the Italians do with the Chinese Gucci belts, and peddle it around the CARICOM at CARICOM rates, because you know CARICOM rates is a totally different rate. But I'm saying there is room. Like I always see the Caribbean for trade. We always look externally. But we have enough capacity to fill a substantial amount of our demand that will boost our economy. But we forever go into Miami and those places. We forever looking externally. But there is a lot that can happen when you're looking at things, even in things like tourism and stuff, right? When you look at agriculture, fisheries, and stuff like that, we have a lot of these products that we can use. They're just not standardized. We just don't have the requisite investment in it. We don't have the platform to do the orders and to fill and to, you know, we don't have. For instance, look at Dominica. Dominica probably, and the Windward Island as a whole, we used to export bananas to under Geese, right? Before Chiquita took us to court, and we lost the whole deal with the globalization thing. Now they're crying about the Chinese, right? But anyhow, the Windward Island was shipping X amount of banana to England through Geese for years. The same Windward Island could supply the entire, I am almost certain that we could put a program in place that the Windward Island could supply the Caribbean demand for bananas. Those 4 countries alone could supply the demand for bananas if we put a good program in place. And we'll have a better quality banana. And if we used to be doing it every week or every month, every 2 weeks a month to supply to England, we could do it for the Caribbean. You know what that will do for banana farmers in the Windward Island? Do you know what that will do for people buying fruits out of Barbados and those places, where you literally could get a proper organic food grown right in the region here and provide? Look at fish. There are times that we have places like Grenada, so they have a surplus of fish and can't find a market. Why can't we have those things? Sure, the Caribbean, where we could sell to hotels and supermarkets and so on. And a fisherman don't mind taking even a lower price if he's guaranteed that price consistently, that he can plan his life and take care of his family. He does not mind giving up some money on the dollar, because they do it for a few people that come in and exploit them and send it to the US and make millions. So I'm saying these are not rocket scientist projects. These are not projects we have to, and everybody mutually benefit. Trinidad have some spare capacity in manufacturing. Jamaica is doing processing, oil refining and stuff like that. Guyana have all its resources, and that's just a few. So I'm saying, what is preventing us to look within and come up with solutions. There is a lot of low-hanging fruits that don't require no high-tech kind of facilities and stuff that can make life better for us. Why can't we have a regional solar program where we, even if we get the Chinese or whoever to come in as consultant, and we develop a program to harness solar energy through the Caribbean and cut our oil import bill by half or 1/3 or whatever? Any cut to our oil import bill is significant because we have to take a lot of our foreign exchange to pay for energy that some of it can be generated locally. So what is so hard for us to do things like that? It just baffles me. I don't know. Are you?
All right. Great points, Mr. President. Great points indeed. All right, I can take one more comment and I have to keep it moving. Go right ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to stick to my same thing. I think Jamaica and Trinidad is a stumbling block. I think they should move on from Jamaica and Trinidad. Try and do more work with Guyana and Barbados, because based on everything that is coming out now, it is obvious that Jamaica and Trinidad they're the two islands that's keeping back CARICOM from excelling in the goal that they had like 40 years ago. So kick out those two, or make them associate members, not full members, and move on without them.
Okay. So let me ask you a question real quick. Let me spare 30 more seconds real quick here. So should we hold our breath for the CARICOM meeting that is going to be had in Jamaica in July? Can we expect that they will have that conversation to see how we can revamp unity, moving as a unit, working together? Can we expect some fruits?
That meeting is a waste of time. They're wasting their airfare and hotel accommodation going to Jamaica. Andrew Holness is in election mode. Andrew Holness don't care about CARICOM. Andrew Holness has never cared about CARICOM, and now he might try to win a historic election, and now he might go care about them. No, that meeting is a waste of time. Them just go eat food and get fat and spend the taxpayers' money in a hotel. But that's it. Nothing will come out of that. Zero.
Okay. Well, all right. So here's what we'll do. We're going to put this one on pause because they're going to have the meeting in July, the first week of July, if I remember well. So, yeah, let's see what comes up out of that meeting. Let me make sure I have my dates so that we stay on top of this one. The dates of the CARICOM meeting are July 6 to 8. So after the meeting, we revisit this conversation.
I tend to agree, James. Even if there are talking points coming out of it, implementation would be close to zero. They might come up with good ideas, they will table it, and it will be a good idea until they table it at the next CARICOM meeting. But as to implementation, zero. Maybe a few bilateral agreements might come out of it, but a CARICOM initiative, zero.
Why? You know, James, you raise a valid point. He is in election mode. How effective will he be in the role of CARICOM secretary? Is CARICOM secretary or leader of the CARICOM chairman for the next 6 months, which I think is just ridiculous. Every 6 months you have a new chairperson. No, make no sense. But how effective can he really be if he is in election mode and his primary focus is remaining at the helm? No. I don't think he must work too hard for retain. JLP is going back. I not ask nobody. I tell us a JLP I go back. Reason being, the PNP is not. They're not ready. And that's the God Almighty truth, in my opinion. Right? So, let's see. July 6 to 8. Let's see what happens after that. All right. Thank you, gentlemen. I really appreciate your input with that conversation. Next up, Region 3, poised to be industrial capital of Guyana. This article comes to us courtesy of GuyanaChronicle.com. Fueled by investments in infrastructure, agriculture, and energy security, Region 3, which is Essequibo Islands and West Demerara, is on track to become the industrial capital of Guyana. This was according to President Dr. Irfan Ali during his feature address at a business networking event, which was hosted by the Region 3 Chamber of Commerce Industry, on Monday evening. He said that with supporting pillars already enforced, Region 3 is being strategically positioned to be a key player in Guyana's diverse economy. Boasting vibrant commercial and industrial sectors, the region is well on its way to becoming a powerhouse. Region 3 is strategically positioned with access to natural resources, agricultural strength, and proximity to major markets, including the Essequibo Coast, Bartica, and the populous Region 4, giving Region 3 advantages which must be harnessed, Dr. Ali said. To take the region to newer heights, President Ali noted that the government has been making investments in reliable infrastructure, therefore ensuring that road networks, bridges, and ports are in place to support the movement of goods and services. All right, Ghana, go on to the self, pick up on yourself. We're not going to take any comments on that before we move on. Thank you for the follow. I am just Phoebes. All right, moving right along. Go ahead, James.
Yeah. That's why I say I think, as I say, I think them because Guyana is. I'm confident in them. I just hope they don't change government right now, right? Because they're doing everything that Trinidad and Tobago should have done when they discovered their natural resources, and like everything that is going on there now, the road to Brazil, the highway to Brazil, everything that is going on there now. The only thing I think can stop them is if they change government and if Venezuela act up. But based on what they're doing so far, is they're looking good. And I saw something that they're one of the only countries in the world that can produce everything that they need without any other country's help. Like that is an amazing place to be. So I hope that because sometimes when you're one of the things that we don't do well within the region is when we change government, we don't pass the baton like them drop it and them fumble and them go do other things. So I hope at least this government stay until we see the infrastructure going up, the road network finish, and all of the wealth that is coming from these natural resources. So if the government can do another 4 years or 8 years before any change in the government, I think they will be in a good place.
All right. Okay. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. President.
As much as I agree with some of the stuff, I was reading an article where they were saying that the retention of the oil revenue that Guyana was retaining was minuscule, even compared to I think Trinidad and so on. And I'm saying you have to also look at where Guyana was infrastructure-wise and so on. Guyana was way behind, okay? So some of the stuff that they're doing now is necessary, and you have to look at also, we have to go in with a microscope to look at where those so-called developments are happening. Because history has shown us that when the multinational comes in, right, to harness our resources, they develop just what is required to harness the said resources. So in that area where they probably most likely would be, you might see roads, you'll see industrial complex and so going on. And I'm not saying that the current administration is doing a bad job, but what I'm saying we have to secure, because Guyana is now have one of the largest reserve, right, of oil. And they keep finding more and more every day. So if we end up in a case like Burkina Faso, where France was taking their uranium at 80-something cents or so euro per kilo, right? When the market rate was around 200 euro per kilo, you might find that Guyana might be making a lot of money, but it's not staying in Guyana. I'm seeing everyone now and their mother is running to Guyana with some deal, with some project and stuff like that. If the Guyana government is not very prudent and cognizant of what's going on, they can end up giving away Guyana resources for next to nothing, for minuscule development that will be seen as great development because they were so far back. So we have to be careful. Let's look at percentages. Let's look at these contracts. Let's see what is coming to the country. Because yes, money might be coming and things happening, but the percentage might be you look in later and see that's the worst deal Ghana could have signed. And I'm not saying that the case, but the fact that they're retaining such a small percentage of the oil revenue or so is cause for concern. There you go.
All right. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you once again. It is 16 minutes before the top of the hour. Big thank you to everyone listening online. QMZRadio.com, JanoRadio.com, and MadMusicHouse.com. Thank you to our viewers on YouTube, and thank you to everyone right here with me on TikTok. Don't forget to subscribe to the Coffee in Tow YouTube channel. If you're on TikTok, the link is in the Coffee in Tow bio. And if you're listening online on internet radio, you can go to our website, www.coffeeinto.com, and go to our resources tab. No, our contact us tab, sorry. And you'll find the links there to follow us or subscribe to our YouTube channel, follow us on TikTok and on Instagram. All right. And we invite you to become a subscriber on TikTok as well, because we're going to be having exclusive content right here on TikTok, and you will have to be a subscriber to be able to access that information. Coffee in Tow is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food, www.lormelskinfood.com for a natural, beautiful you, and that is LAURMEL. And also brought to you in part by Grand Coffee House. Shop today, get 20% off all coffee products. Use the code CoffeeInto20 at checkout. All right, moving right along. Jamaican migrants and children were killed in fiery crash in Florida. Article courtesy of CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com. 6 people, including 3 children, were killed in a fiery head-on collision in Osceola County, Florida on Saturday afternoon. This is according to a report from TVJ News in Jamaica. All 3 adults were Jamaican nationals. The children were U.S. citizens. Errol Anderson, a resident of Caymanas Gardens in Portmore, St. Catherine, is the father and grandfather of 5 of the victims. He told TVJ News that his daughters, Andreal and another name I cannot pronounce, their 3 children, including a 4-month-old infant and their god sister, Yeshia Mullings, were traveling in a 2024 Hyundai Tucson when the tragedy occurred. Anderson said the group was on their way to celebrate his 3-year-old granddaughter's birthday. The crash took place along State Road 60, just west of South Cannonsville Road, at approximately 3:46 p.m. According to Florida Highway Patrol, troopers reported that the Hyundai was heading westbound when the driver attempted to overtake several vehicles. While trying to re-enter the westbound lane, the driver reportedly lost control of the SUV, which struck the front of an oncoming 2011 semi-truck with trailer that was heading east. Both vehicles burst into flames. The impact caused the Hyundai to trap its occupants inside the burning SUV. All 6 people inside were pronounced dead at the scene. The driver of the semi-truck sustained minor injuries and was taken to Indian River Hospital for treatment. Oh, Jesus, that's a rough one. That is a rough one. I can only send my sympathies, my condolences to the family at this time. But I'm also going to give a warning, folks. Be careful on the roads. Be careful on the roads. All right? Please. Bego no do. Next up, Amber Group to fund education of the children of employees. This article comes to us courtesy of Nationwide Radio, JM. And do we have a soundbite for this one? No, we don't. Okay. So the Amber Group says it will be paying the education fees for the children of their employees in every country in which the company operates. The initiative will start this August as part of the Amber Group's 10th anniversary celebrations. In a statement on Tuesday, the Amber Group described the move as a revolution in how companies uplift people and nations. Since starting in Kingston, the company has grown into a network of 14 that spans financial technology, artificial intelligence, security, and mobility. Amber says it's never forgotten the people who work for the company, who they describe as their greatest asset. The real power behind Amber's incredible rise over the last decade is our people, said Dushyant Savadia, founder and chief executive of Amber Group. With this initiative, no Amber parent will ever have to choose between their child's dreams and what they can afford. We're investing where it matters most, our people. The Amber Group says the initiative is a natural extension of its deeply held values: innovation with purpose, integrity in action, and humanity at the heart of everything we do. Meanwhile, Mr. Savadia says the company continues to grow. It is keen to empower its families and community. He said, "This is not charity, it is legacy building. We're fueling the next generation of thinkers, builders, and change makers, starting with our own families." Orlando, big up yourself, Mr. Sabadia. Do you think, it is, I applaud this move. And there are other organizations who do this in Jamaica. They don't speak about it. And I'm okay with that because I don't think you have to publicize every good deed that you do. The Bible tells us to, you have to make your left hand know what your right hand do. Do your works in secret and you will be rewarded publicly. But I will say a huge thank you to the Amber Group, its leaders, for taking on this initiative. Government of Jamaica. Which countries over there in the Eastern Caribbean are ensuring that their children get free education up to university? Is it 2 or 3 countries over there? Small countries in comparison to Jamaica. Wanna remember? Was Grenada on the list? Barbados on the list? Somebody look it up for me there, please. But I know there are some islands over there in the Eastern Caribbean that are taking care of their children. I want to believe Grenada is one of them. I do believe Grenada is one of them. Free bus service, free education. Yeah, free. Lunch free for all children. And it's up to university, if I'm not mistaken. Don't call me. You have to do some research. Yes, I am just fees. We have to drive for ourselves and for others. Absolutely. Well, congratulations again, Tavadia and the Amber Group. Next up, contracts are being signed for next 2 phases of Garmex Free Zone redevelopment, according to the Prime Minister. This article comes to us courtesy of Nationwide Radio, JM. Prime Minister Dr. Andrew Holness says contracts have already been signed for the next 2 phases of the Garmex Free Zone redevelopment project. The Prime Minister was speaking at the ribbon cutting ceremony for phase 1 of the project in Kingston on Monday. Here is Mahira Stewart with more in this report.
The Prime Minister says work on the remaining phases has been launched after an investment of $240 million.
Phases 2 and 3 together will represent nearly 500,000 square feet of new commercial and industrial space. Phase 2, at an estimated cost of $3.2 billion, will feature a new Marcus Garvey Drive entrance, a new headquarters for the FCJ. Phase 3 will see the transformation of 5.7 acres of vacant greenfield land into 150,000 square feet of productive space at a cost of $1.5 billion. I'm pleased to report that contracts have already been signed and work is well underway with an initial investment of over $240 million.
The Garmex Free Zone is one of Jamaica's largest commercial complexes, with approximately 700,000 square feet of rentable space. Ground was broken for phase 1 of the redevelopment project in 2020. Prime Minister Holness says the use of rental income to fund further phases of the project brings the government's vision for public sector development to reality.
In just over 2 years since the new facilities became operational, they have generated more than $340 million in rental income. These revenues will be reinvested to finance additional phases of expansion. So let us pause and consider the meaning of this. A self-financing government enterprise delivering quality infrastructure, creating jobs, and expanding economic opportunity, all without putting a strain on the taxpayer. That is the kind of governance we aim to institutionalize across public sector. We are building for the future without taking from the future.
Prime Minister Holness also boasted that the first phase of the project was completely funded by the Factories Corporation of Jamaica.
We're gathered here today to officially open phase 1 of the Garmex redevelopment and expansion project. Phase 1 alone has delivered 126,000 square feet of new industrial space across 17 enterprises in multiple sectors. It includes newly built mini warehouses for small and micro businesses constructed at a cost of $1.1 billion. And while that figure sounds large, the real achievement is that this was fully funded from the resources of the FCJ. There was no borrowing to do this.
Mahiri Stewart for Nationwide News.
I can't tell you what James I got said before James even open his mouth. James, take it.
I have never seen so much development taking place in a short space of time. So much ribbon breaking, ribbon cutting. Well,
Excuse me.
the thing is, I guess you can accuse Andrew Holness of a lot of things, but you can't say I'm not smart. I'm the smartest prime minister in Jamaica history, hands down. Like,
Do this and beat him. And that the man has said.
He cannot lose at all. And I think I would not be surprised if the PMP lost more seat. I don't know how possible it is for like go lower than 14 seat. but I feel like if Lisa Anna really don't run again, her seat is gone. If she don't run. So a lot of I'm hearing a lot of PMP out there saying that because 35% of the voting population voted the last election. And so they tend to feel like the 65% who never vote were all PMP. So we'll see.
But hold on, James. Didn't two representatives for the PNP jump ship recently? Jump over to JLP? Or was I dreaming that? I'm sure I saw that somewhere. That there are two members of parliament who switched their allegiance from PNP to JLP. Like we look it up. I have to look up that one there. Yeah. But you know, James, the whole time I'm listening to the article, I have your voice in my head, and you didn't disappoint me. You did not disappoint at all. A lot of things happening quickly since January rolled around. And of course, it's an election year, understandably so. It's strategy. It's all strategy, because we're going to remember what was done yesterday versus what was done 5 years ago. I saw the thing go.
Yeah, I think you have to give credit where credit is due, because the thing is, like, St. Thomas alone was enough for me, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because I never thought that I would have seen the forgotten parish. I remember I went to St. Thomas to look to buy a house, and everybody said, do not invest in a St. Thomas. Rona Moran did on the side there about 20 years ago. Mm-hmm. And now, my gosh, we regret it.
Mm-hmm. I know the feeling.
Yeah.
Know the feeling, James. But yeah, we have to give credit where credit is due. What I like with this project on the Garmex Free Zone redevelopment is that they're trying to do it, and I may be wrong, but I think I'm right. What they're trying to do is make it a self-sustaining development, right? Because look at the amount of revenue that has been generated already from rental income, and they're reinvesting that into the project. So yeah, I like it. Let's see.
I think I think with that project is probably saying something that I don't know if it's a thing, but what I'm getting from that project is that probably like they own this administration, like they are talking with the US government, like some not backdoor deal, but they're being very hush hush about certain things because that same location was where the free zone was back in the 80s, right? And
Stick up in, James.
I don't
Stick up in for me. To all our listeners on janoradio.com, I invite you to switch on over to Jano Radio News and Talk. So head to the drop down menu and go to the channels where it says, where it says channels, and scroll down to News and Talk. Go ahead and click there so you can continue listening to Coffee into World News on the Go. Also, I want to say a big thank you to our listeners in Guyana, Kenya, Italy, the Bahamas, Germany, Ghana, TNT, Trinidad and Tobago. The folks listening down there in South Africa, thank you so much for tuning in. Grenada, Dominica, Canada, UK, Jamaica, and of course, the United States. Carry on, James. Thank you so much.
Yeah, one of the things that Marco Rubio said when he was in Jamaica that didn't get a lot of attention was that Jamaica could be one of the biggest recipient of them trying to move manufacturing back to this side. And even a lot of things that weren't said about the Biden administration that from what I've heard is that a lot of manufacturing job came back under the Biden administration also. So it seemed like they're slowly taking their hands out of China mode and trying to put it back in this region. So that project seemed to be, because right there was where Levi jeans and a lot of those clothes used to be
Fruit of
made.
the Loom used to be
before.
there too. I think Fruit of the Loom, or is it Hanes?
Yeah, a lot of them. So that, because that era is too big for regional or local garment manufacturing or whatever. So this is telling me that there's something bigger than that. Like some, I don't know, Lululemon or somebody coming in there. I don't
Please,
know.
not Lululemon. Lululemon does not need to be made by people of color. Thank you. And I say that unapologetically. Because we know how they feel about people of color. Their CEO has said that they did not make their clothes for people of color. So I hope we're not licky and yummy with we wanga go tango talk. But yes, I'm Lululemon. I hope not. Anyway, not bashing Lululemon. I'm just saying. Okay. Yeah. All right. So thank you, James. Thank you so much for that. Your input there. Next up, we are going to head on over to St. Kitts. St. Kitts and Nevis PM, no official word from US about travel ban. This article courtesy of CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com. Prime Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis, Honorable Dr. Terence M. Drew, has confirmed that his government has received no formal notification from the United States regarding any impending travel restriction or ban on citizens of the Federation. Speaking in an interview on The Edge on ZIZ Radio, Prime Minister Drew addressed growing concerns fueled by reports circulating online and in the media. He reassured the public that his administration is actively engaging diplomatic channels, but has yet to receive any official word on the matter. This administration, he said, has received no official notice of any travel ban or restriction on our citizens. From the moment we saw the reports, we moved immediately through all appropriate diplomatic channels. I put out communication to inform our people that we had not been formally informed about such a list, and therefore, as we get information, we would inform our people and keep them updated. Dr. Drew detailed the steps taken by the government to clarify the situation, highlighting swift action by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and direct contact with the U.S. Embassy in Barbados. Also out of St. Kitts announces CBI residency clause as Dominica breaks silence on U.S. travel ban. Prime Ministers Terence Drew of St. Kitts and Nevis and Roosevelt Skerritt of Dominica have both responded to reports of potential U.S. travel restrictions by promising major reforms to their citizenship by investment programs. Drew announced mandatory residency requirements for the citizenship by investment program, while Skerritt broke his government's silence with the pledges of new legislation within days. Both leaders confirmed that their governments had received no official communication from Washington regarding a State Department memo suggesting travel bans in 36 countries. The coordinated response follows weekend discussions among regional leaders with CBI programs, who agreed on uniform reforms to address U.S. concerns about investment migration programs. Drew announced the most substantial policy change affecting Caribbean CBI programs, confirming that St. Kitts will require residency for all future applicants. I guess they're getting ahead of the curve. I don't know. Trying to get in front of the 8 ball. I don't know.
Yeah, but
Go ahead, Go ahead, James.
yeah, but my thing is this, right?
Hold
And
on.
the,
Hold on a second. I hear
can you hear me?
two people. Okay, go ahead now, James. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go on through, James.
Yeah, no, I'm saying this should have been done a long time. This and I don't know why they're doing it for this administration though, because I think this is just America meddling in other people's business, because they're not really affected or impacted by America that much, because America cannot put a travel ban on them. I don't think you can put a travel ban. You can't label them as any dangerous countries or whatever. And you already need visas from those islands to go to America, right? So the problem, the biggest threat with the program is the UK and the European Union. So I think they're whatever they're addressing would help them in terms of what the European Union, the deadline with the European Union and the deadline with the UK, not necessarily America, but the citizenship should have been there. And for the past 2 years when the problem came up, they should have pivoted and require citizenship, because there are too much people that just bite and just disappear. As I said, they bite, like this guy that bought it and now he's in Portugal, has no interest in living in St. Kitts. He bought it and he ended up in Portugal. So yeah, no, they should have done this a long time ago. So hopefully it's not too late, because it would suck, not just the money part of it, but the people, the citizens of these islands, that a lot of people who were against it, and just imagine losing your traveling privilege even though you were against it. So hopefully it's not too late.
Hopefully. Yeah. Thank you, James. All right, moving right along. Time for us to go down on the field. Sports news out of the Caribbean corner. Shelly-Ann Fraser-Price confirms last lap at home during national championships this week. Article courtesy of CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com. A chapter of Jamaican sports history will close this week as Shelly-Ann Fraser-Price, one of the most decorated and beloved athletes the world has ever known, has announced that this week's JAAA National Senior Championships will mark her final race inside Kingston's National Stadium. In a heartfelt address delivered Monday at an intimate tribute hosted by longtime sponsor Nike at the AC Hotel, the 9-time world champion and 3-time Olympic gold medalist confirmed her farewell to the place where her legendary career was born and flourished. In the next 2 days, it will be my final time gracing the National Stadium, Fraser-Price said, standing before a close-knit gathering of family, friends, government officials, and corporate partners. It is honestly one of those moments that I'm looking forward to. You know why? because I have absolutely nothing to lose and all to gain. It is your love and it's your support and it's your encouragement that has kept me. The national championships, which will begin Thursday and serve as the official trials for Jamaica's squad to the World Athletics Championships in Tokyo this September, will be the scene of Fraser Price's farewell. She's scheduled to compete in the women's 100-meter preliminaries on Thursday evening, a race that will be far more than just a qualifying heat. It will be a curtain call for a national treasure. The moment is expected to be emotional, not just for the sprint icon, but for every fan, coach, and aspiring athlete who has drawn strength and inspiration from her journey. When I stand on that track on Thursday, it is not for me, it's for you. For the love, for the support, for the encouragement, for the resilience, for the prize, for the purpose, and the passion that you have given me. You have inspired me. Born and raised in the inner city community of Waterhouse, Kingston, Fraser Price has redefined what is possible for female sprinters. She rose to global prominence by winning the 100 meters at the 2008 Beijing Olympics. And over the next 15 years, became the most successful female sprinter in track and field history. Beyond medals and records, her legacy lives in her philanthropic impact through the Pocket Rocket Foundation, which supports high school athletes with academic and athletic scholarships. Her influence has shaped both elite sport and grassroots development in Jamaica and across the Caribbean. Monday's ceremony was filled with admiration and gratitude. Officials from Nike and Grace Kennedy, both long-standing supporters of her career, joined the celebration alongside Prime Minister Dr. Andrew Holness, Opposition Leader Mark Golding, and Minister of Sport Olivia Grange. Their presence signaled the national reverence that Fraser Price commands, not just as an athlete, but as a Jamaican symbol of perseverance and excellence. While Fraser Price's competitive song on Jamaican soil is imminent, her mission is far from complete. She remains deeply committed to the advancement of track and field, particularly for young women and underserved athletes. The path she's carved through lightning fast lanes and unyielding determination has not just paved the way, but has lit it with gold. Well done. Somebody mess with my bell now. One duppy coming here and mess with my bell. Pick up yourself, Shelly-Ann Fraser Price. You did us well. You served us well. You took Jamaica around the world on your back on the track, I will say. Thank you. Thank you. Now, go and go enjoy your life, my girl. Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. And on the heels of this article, interesting. Remember the conversation we had? Was it earlier this week or was it last week? Well, anyway, let's get to it. Wholeness says consultations to begin on new framework to retain Jamaican athletes. Article courtesy of JamaicaGleaner.com. Prime Minister Dr. Andrew Holness has acknowledged that the issue of Jamaican athletes switching to represent other countries has understandably stirred emotion and concern, but says athletes must make decisions not only for themselves, but for their families and their future. At the same time, he says he has asked Sports Minister Olivia Grange to lead further consultations with stakeholders. Hey, we don't need to just pay a cafe into and done. We don't talk. Just send me a check. Yeah. Send me the check. Yeah, for the CIT crew. We want a check. It's full time now. We start asking the people them send me money because we tired to talk about things and that's how the people them at start address things. Send me the check. That me I say. That me I defend. I defend my money, I know. I have a crew for take care of. I'm a CIT family for take care of. I want grow too. Yeah. How many times, Ja, have we had many suggestions, many conversations about pressing issues, concerning issues? Only if it's days later, weeks later, months later, all years later, them come out and address the issue. Well, I'm a check. That's all I say. I defend my check for me and my crew. Yeah. And the voice said, okay, my crew. But yeah, I want my money. I have an accountant. I also have an auditor. I also have a consultant. Yeah, I want my money. Anyway, let me remain professional. At the same time, he says he has asked Sports Minister Olivia Grange to lead further consultation with stakeholders, including the sports federations and the private sector, to discuss a new framework for the development and retention of Jamaica's athletes. Holness was speaking on Monday night at a special event hosted by Nike at the AC Hotel in St. Andrew to celebrate the legacy of Olympian Shelley Fraser Price. His comments came against the backdrop of four Jamaican athletes applying to the World Athletics to switch their allegiance to Turkey. The athletes are Olympic men's discus gold medalist and record holder Roger Stoner, Olympic men's long jump silver medalist Wayne Pinnock, Olympic men's shot put bronze medalist Rajendra Campbell, and World Under 20 triple jump record holder Jaden Hibbert. And I quote, I ask that we approach this matter with compassion and thoughtfulness. The career of a professional athlete is short and often financially precarious, Holness stated, as he highlighted the balance athletes have to strike between the pride of wearing Jamaica's colors and looking out for their own interest. Patriotism must not be taken for granted. Blood seed, who quote you? Who quote me and send this to them? No, I want my money. I want my money for coffee and talk, Mr. President. Lord Jesus, I knock off my spoon. I want my money. Patriotism must not be taken for granted. It must be nurtured and it must be rewarded. Ja, no, my girl. Talk about things, them.
I wasn't saying anything. I was just laughing because it's verbatim.
Plagiarism at its finest, I should say. I hope not. Holness stated while acknowledging Fraser Price's decision to represent Jamaica for her entire career. However, he noted that Jamaica will constantly be challenged in relation to what more can be done to improve. What a blood seed. Calculate our net worth, please, what we are worth, Ja, because more money, I need the money for caffeine too. Because I'm not going to take what we say and then go and big up on a chase. No, it don't work like that. It does not work like that. You know, too often we have folks who listen to us and do not give us credit. Yeah, I'm figure we credit. Call we name. Call up coffee into a name and say, I just did hear it. You know, I was listening to a conversation on coffee into. Yeah. Call name. Where you get it from? You're not going to take the ideas of myself and my panel and my supporters and then package it like I want to come up with it. No, sir. Yeah, me I go beat up my chest for that one. Me defend my people. It seems so, ja. Coffee Into is their morning paper, apparently. However, he noted that Jamaica will consistently be challenged in relation to what more can be done to improve the ecosystem for athletes, and that the government is limited in what it can do administratively and financially. He said that is why he has requested the consultations on athlete welfare include all stakeholders. Thank you, Kennedy. So if there was ever a doubt that we were ineffective, take on a self fryer, move up fryer. Me tired of people I use caffeine to now. Me tired that on come on listen, on listen in the space, on listen pan line, on listen pan YouTube, pan the human tube according to Wayne Marshall. And then on take with ideas and not even like a credit to say, even if it's to say, I was listening to Coffee Into and the panel brought up this brilliant idea. You don't have to know when you don't have to call out when you. They had a conversation that is worth exploring, that we need to put under the microscope. It's time to give credit where credit is due. Anyway, anybody has any comment on this before I keep it moving? I'm tired of being used and abused.
Only the one I put in the chat.
I'm using my calculator like my dear in one of her movies. Up to 2.5 million US dollars. It's true. If we were ever to bill folks, and I'm not talking just Jamaica, no, I'm talking other countries around the world. If we were to start billing them for a consultation fee, them broke. But anyway, we keep it. Imagine they're debriefing after they listen to Coffee Into. As someone said to Jamie, they must have said, "Oh no, come, boardroom right now, everybody, boardroom. We have a matter to discuss." Somebody, who is our attorney? We need an in-house attorney. Yeah, if you draft up a letter for me, please. Draft up an agreement so we can send it to any country, excuse me, that implements our ideas and our suggestions. Any content creator will implement our ideas, our suggestions. We just send them a letter and say, "Oh, hey. Don't forget about it." Excuse me, I need my throat. Big up on yourself, Coffee Into. Patting yourself on the shoulder. Oh no, go on with things. Big up on yourself. Thank you, Kennedy. Thank you, Kirk. All right, let me reset that something, Hold on there, folks. Hold on. What is this that them suggesting? No, we're not dealing with that. Move up from here, so TikTok. Bye, TikTok. Move with that. Move with that. Move with that, TikTok. Move with that. Okay. All right. And that is it for Stories Out of the Caribbean Corner. Next up, we move on to the Latin American news segment. Las Noticias. Salvadoran journalists arrest in Georgia. A journalist who is Salvadorian has been arrested in Georgia, and it's setting an alarming precedent. Let's take a listen to this one, courtesy of NPR.
This message comes from Subaru as part of their...
No, me not. Subaru not pay me. They're going away for money now, Ja. I'm serious about my money now. Get very serious. Hold on a second, folks. Okay, here we go.
Mario Guevara, a journalist from El Salvador, has lived in the U.S. for 20 years. He reports on immigrant communities in Georgia for Spanish-language media outlets. He was even the subject of a 2019 New York Times documentary.
Turn off the camera. Officer, you can do that, officer. That you're not here for any lawful purposes.
Earlier this month, Guevara was arrested while reporting on an anti-Trump protest in Atlanta. He was then transferred to immigration authorities and remains in detention. The Committee to Protect Journalists is expressing alarm. I asked Catherine Jacobson, CPJ's U.S., Canada, and Caribbean Program Coordinator, why.
Guevara was covering the No Kings protests against the Trump administration. He was wearing a press vest that clearly stated press on it, and was live streaming the event. At the time of his detention, he was trying to record the proceedings, and officers walked up to him and arrested him. I should also say this is all available on body cam footage, which has since been released. So there's very clear documentation about what happened.
So, what is the Committee to Protect Journalists' concern here? I mean, was he detained over his legal status or was he detained because of his work?
Guevara was initially detained because he was recording a protest. There are misdemeanor charges against him. It's highly irregular that any of those charges would actually be held up, right? We've seen this in many other cases. And simply put, Guevara was doing his job and reporting the news. And to use that as a pretext to hold him, a journalist, for a very long period of time in law enforcement detention, and then to transfer him to ICE detention after that is something that we haven't seen before and is an incredibly alarming precedent to set.
What protections exist for immigrant journalists like Guevara and others who are doing their jobs in the United States?
Well, in theory, they enjoy the same First Amendment rights that a U.S. citizen who is a reporter enjoy while they're out covering things. In the US, there are hundreds of foreign reporters. Many of them have a specific type of journalist visa, but some have other types of work authorization. And when a journalist who, again, is here legally, is picked up by law enforcement, and then his immigration status is called into question in the course of these legal proceedings, it's alarming.
So you sent a letter to the Department of Homeland Security. What did you say in that letter? What were you asking for, and what did they say back?
We sent a letter to the Department of Homeland Security asking that Guevara be released immediately and pointed out that the whole reason why he was detained in the first place was because of charges relating to First Amendment activity, and we find that very problematic. We have not received a response. The Department of Homeland Security has also tweeted that the narrative about Guevara is false, so they have not specified further as to what the falsehoods are.
What would you say to other non-citizen journalists in the United States right now who have work authorization or visas to do their jobs, who may be afraid to cover sensitive issues or protests because of what they're seeing?
I think there is a great deal of reason for concern at this time, and it's important to make sure that those journalists have contact with a good immigration lawyer as well as First Amendment lawyers and have a clear understanding of their rights.
Catherine Jacobson is the U.S., Canada, and Caribbean Program Coordinator for the Committee to Protect Journalists. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
We reached out to the Department of Homeland Security. They also told us this narrative is false. In a statement, a department spokesperson said Guevara is in removal proceedings and urged him to, quote, self-deport. They also said Guevara was arrested by local police and transferred to ICE custody because he entered the U.S. illegally in 2004. Guevara's lawyer says that's not true. He entered the country legally on a visa and that he has work authorization. The lawyer says his immigration status had been pending.
Is anybody efficient? Anybody doing their work? Anybody making sure they do thorough checks, detailed checks? Nobody? Nobody. And then it seems as though there's a making up of things as they go. Fabrication, just speaking out. Based on the different stories that you see in the news, major media outlets, on social media as well, I wonder if the persons doing the detaining have any training. Any training. Are they even qualified? It seems as though I can just say, here, Ja, put on the uniform and go on out there, go take up people. You are oblivious. You're ignorant to the laws. You're quick to tell someone that their drivers. Yes. Yes. Can you hear me, Alexia?
Yes. So I was in a room 2 nights ago. Why do I keep saying a room? Am I still on Clubhouse? I was on a live. I was on a live the other night, and it was a very interesting live because it had a lot of veterans in there. And a few in there had said that regular bounty hunters, that ICE
Allegedly.
contracted bounty hunters.
Allegedly. Allegedly. Let's make sure we say allegedly.
Yeah, allegedly. That they were contracting them is per head. F1.
There are videos of them going before what you call it, those meetings, town hall meetings, and saying, yeah, there are videos. There are videos with them saying that out of their own mouths. I've seen those videos. Alexia. I don't know where you are, but you're going in and out. I have seen the videos on social media, and there are some of them who are concerned that they're being paid to just catch people, arbitrarily catch people. Hear me, Alexa, I'm not sure where you are, but I'm not hearing you. It's just a lot of noise. Yeah.
Said my mask. I said my mask. My mic. I had mute my mic, that's why.
Okay. Yeah. It's all over.
It's crazy out there. Because they're going to the local places that people looking work. They're going everywhere, and it's
we're not hearing you, Alexia. I don't know where you are, but we're not hearing
you're seeing communities.
Alexa, we're not hearing you, my girl. I don't know if you can hear me. You can hear me, but we're not hearing you.
Even in Red State, you have people coming out.
Put it in the chat. We're not hearing you, Alexia. She keeps going in and out for me. So you can hear her? I'm not hearing anything. Somebody else come off mic for me. Please, let me see.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Loud and clear.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Are you hearing me?
Do you hear me?
Yes.
I can hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you. I'm just
Javed.
Yeah, I can hear you and Javed, Mr. President. It's just Alexia. Every time she talks, it goes out. I lose what she's saying.
You're hearing me now?
Yeah. Stay right there. Don't move from wherever you are.
Okay. No, so it's just a crazy manhunt, woman hunt, people hunting going on right now. And it's on. If you probably check the packet, find only allegedly one ICE officer. The rest of them are freelancers. This reminds me of Mad Max Road to Retribution or Road to something like that. Who watch any Mad Max show then?
Not me. Oh boy. In other news out of Latin America, according to MSN.com, Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum made an announcement on Tuesday that her administration is working to reach an agreement with a former public official accused of transferring hundreds of millions of dollars in allegedly illicit funds from Mexico to investment accounts and other assets in Florida. During her morning press conference, Sheinbaum said Mexico's Financial Intelligence unit, led by Pablo Gomez, is negotiating with Genaro Garcia Luna, the country's former Secretary of Public Safety. She said the goal is for Garcia Luna to return the money that he and his wife allegedly diverted from the Mexican government during former President Felipe Calderón's administration, which ran from 2006 to 2012. There is an ongoing process to reach an agreement regarding the information and the return of resources, Sheinbaum said. On Friday, I received a note from Pablo Gomez stating that they are in this process And I asked Pablo to inform us about how it's going. Scheinbaum added that if no deal is agreed, legal proceedings will continue in the United States and stricter laws could apply in a separate trial awaiting Garcia Luna in Mexico. Last month, attorneys representing the Mexican government asked a civil court judge in Florida to issue a default judgment, a ruling issued when a defendant fails to respond. This was against Garcia Luna and his wife, Cristina Pereira. The lawsuit accuses the couple of transferring and investing illicit funds in Florida and seeks the forfeiture of assets allegedly acquired through corruption. Hold on, me want to see the numbers or the figures me I look for. Hold on there. The motion reported in May claimed Garcia Luna secured more than $250 million in government contracts through bribery, bid rigging, and other corrupt practices. I wonder if they went to school here. They must have gone to school here. You know, that's how we roll. According to court filings, Pereira and other associates used the funds to invest in various properties, assets, and services in Florida. Prosecutors say Garcia Luna and at least 6 co-conspirators ultimately received more than $580 million through fraudulent contracts. So, Scheinbaum, I have a question still. I have a question for you, my girl, Claudia. But shouldn't they still face the consequences? $580 million? And it's just for them to pay back the money? And if they don't pay it back, that is when they will face consequences. No, sir. I know $1 we are talking about, you know. $580 million. I don't know one can harass me about taxes. No, sir. Florida, what's good? Is this evidence as to how Florida operates? Yes, it is. I saw the thing going in Florida. Yeah, man. I saw the thing go. I can't tell you, Miami-Dade County. I saw the thing go. Boy, one day me will see $580 million. I know what that look like. I want to see that in person. Time for stories on the international scene. Nigeria and Brazil ink a $1 billion deal to transform the agricultural sector. This article comes to us courtesy of Business Insider Africa. Nigeria and Brazil have signed a $1 billion agreement aimed at boosting agriculture, food security, energy, and defense in Nigeria. This is according to Vice President Kashim Shettima. Wow, running it herself. Yep. Speaking on Tuesday during the opening session of the second Nigeria-Brazil Strategic Dialogue Mechanism, which is called SDM, at the Presidential Villa in Abuja, he said the partnership will see both countries deploy over $1 billion to provide mechanized farming equipment, training, and service centers across Nigeria. They are not bound by geography, but by a shared dream. 2 large, diverse democracies, 2 economies with immense natural and human capital, 2 nations with the right to dream and the ability to build. That is according to Nigerian Vice President. The move is part of a broader push to transform Nigeria's largely subsistence-based agriculture sector. Despite its vast arable land, Nigeria still relies heavily on food imports to feed its population of over 200 million. We're moving from subsistence to scale in agriculture and in energy. We are taking long overdue steps to attract serious investment into gas production, refining, and renewables. This project will create jobs, raise productivity, and help secure Nigeria's ambition to feed itself and others. The Green Imperative is a flagship of this partnership, and one we are determined to deliver. Like I said this real quick. There is a blessing to be had in everything that is going on right now. Yeah. Yeah. You know something? We sit down here, we complain and we get angry and we get riled up and worked up and agitated and frustrated and we can't bother. But everything that is happening right now had to happen for things like this to take place. Why? Because too often developing nations have been so reliant on the West. Everything look to the West, everything to the West, to the West, to the West, while the West I take advantage of on the wrongness up in the East. Make we look for the silver lining in all of the chaos. Let us look for the phoenix to rise out of the ashes. Opportunities abounding. Had this current administration not set foot into 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, would we have these opportunities coming out? Probably not. Probably not. Everybody is now learning. You know something? We don't need them. We didn't think we need them, but we don't really need them. We can't do this. Come talk to me. Push them to the side. I'm going to sit on one side. We don't need them. So in all of the chaos and confusion, we have to be grateful. We have to appreciate that it has forced leaders of nations to think differently. But that's a life going on. Them say what? Invention is the mother, what I said, necessity is the mother of invention. No, so. Yeah, man, do nothing Brazil and Nigeria. Cut out who for cut out. Do nothing on yourself. I appreciate this article. Next up, China closes gap with the US as African countries and others join the yuan payment system. According to Business Insider Africa and South China Morning Post, the 6 financial entities, including the African Export-Import Bank, First Abu Dhabi Bank, South Africa's Standard Bank, Singapore's United Overseas Bank and Eldic Bank, and Chonghua Financial Asset Exchange officially joined the cross-border interbank payment system as direct participants at a ceremony held in Shanghai last week. The Post clarified that as direct participants, these institutions can independently process cross-border payments, unlike indirect participants who must route their transactions through direct members. This development is part of Beijing's ongoing efforts to internationalize their currency and reduce dependence on the US dollar-dominated financial system, while hedging against potential US sanctions as geopolitical tensions with Washington continue to influence global markets, architecture, and redirect alliances. You see what the US? You see what foolishness do? You see what do? But you're not smart. You not have the best and the brightest leading us. Not true. Where? Okay. What not gonna do now? Hey, Dr. Sharon. What not gonna do? Sanction the world. And then you're not gonna stand alone. I do everything for yourself, but you not can do anyway. I'm mad at the game. I'm not mad at the game, nor am I mad at the players. They have to look out for their interest because they recognize now that there was way too much control. So now they're saying we don't want the US in our business anymore. We can do this. You talk to me. I don't have to send my money through the US for you to get it for them. Swagwan and quick for one put sanctions and quick for one talk about fraudulent activity and all these things. Yeah. Quite frankly, what's happening here is them saying, let go with shirt. As a matter of fact, we're taking off gear, we're gone.
Moments, the rise of China would have always created a shift in the marketplace, all right?
Mm-hmm.
But it has got it's hastened by the decisions which started under Joe Biden. One of the worst things Joe Biden did was weaponize the US dollar. That will go down in history as one of the worst mistakes made by an administration. And then Trump come and doubling down and not just hitting rock bottom, but digging. Because the minute time, you see the Russian central bank money that was seized,
Mm-hmm.
the central bank money belongs to the people. See, that money belongs to the Russian people. It's okay when you're sanctioning oligarchs and so on. But the minute time you touch the state money, your credibility start to go down. Because there's a lot of states actors that is buying up all the bonds and so.
Mm-hmm.
So they're looking and saying, listen, so what if these guys get angry with me? They could seize my money too, my people money. So people start looking into alternatives. Then Trump comes in with the America First policy where without really looking at how America benefit the intricacies of some dynamics and just say cut, ban, sanction, and tariff. And you think that is a policy. That's not a policy. So people who are forced with little alternatives decide, listen, we have to do something. We have to find alternatives because America is being hostile. And then those who was not directly affected is saying, listen, we have to insulate ourselves because it could be our turn at any moment because there don't seem to be any method to which they're operating. It's like they put names in a hat, shake it up, and whoever comes up get some kind of tariff or sanction or some kind of ban or get put on a list. So you can't do that. And then people is looking at your foreign policy and saying, listen, you're flip-flopping on a lot of your decisions. So people cannot say, okay, consistently what happened. Then you have now, where you have administrations coming in, for instance, when Trump will come in and just do not honor a deal that was made in the same Iran deal. So it's a typical example. Obama had a deal in place. There was no indication that Iran was breaching that deal. You cancel it when you came in, and now you want to make a deal again. But unlike you probably want to sign back the same deal that you canceled during the Obama period. So people are saying, if one administration is making a deal and the next administration could come and just cancel it, then it puts people in a position where, at least before, one of the things that helped for the US was its consistency. And that gave power to the currency. But the minute time you start to become inconsistent, and on top of that, you weaponize the dollar, then you shoot yourself in the foot.
Mm-hmm.
And as you lose more and more credibility globally, and as China, the thing is, it's not China naturally is rising, right? But you're handing them a lot of home runs because you're doing policies that is hurting countries. And every time you hurt somebody, China come in the back door and say, I'll give you a little deal in color here. Don't worry, I'll give you a better deal than what you had. Even if it's a temporary solution, these Chinese are using these opportunities to get favors and to expand the Belt and Road Initiative and to collaborate with more and more countries. So the meantime you pull out, they're trying to pull in. When you fire your scientists and stuff, they're trying to recruit them. You see what I'm saying? So you're putting yourself in a position where you're making this decline happen at a faster pace.
Mm-hmm.
They should have never touched the US dollar. That is what gave the US its power, not its military. The dollar is the more. I yield.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you so much for that. All right, next up, fears over Iran's missing 400 kilograms of uranium. Satellite images show a line of trucks at Fordo before strikes, with analysts suggesting materials were frantically moved. This article comes to us courtesy of the Telegraph. I'm sorry, I should not be laughing. I'm sorry, but I can't help myself. Okay. Um. Oh, I can't access this article. Okay. All right, it is what it is. But the only thing I can tell you is Iran claims to have smuggled almost all of the country's highly enriched uranium to a secret location before the U.S. launched strikes on its nuclear bases. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can get it another way. Hold on 1 second, folks. Where there's a will, there may be a way. We can't do anything but try. Uh, let's see if I can get it this way. Hold on a second. NDTV, let's see what you got for me. All right. A 400-kilogram stockpile of uranium, enough to make up to 10 nuclear weapons. United States Vice President J.D. Vance told American broadcaster ABC News is unaccounted for after Washington dropped 6 bunker busters on 3 Iranian nuclear facilities last week. The missing uranium, seen as a powerful bargaining chip for Iran whenever it opts to resume talks with the US on a new nuclear deal, is enriched to 60%. It needs to be enriched to about 90% to be used as a nuclear weapon. There are reports Iran may have moved a stockpile as well as some equipment days before the attack to a secret location, a claim repeated by Israeli officials to the New York Times. Why am I laughing? Hmm. Let me ask a question. Does a country have a right to protect itself, its own assets, its industries? Does a country have a right to do so? Yeah. We, the US, have a right to protect ourselves, our people, our assets, our industries. So, of course, everyone has a right to protect themselves. So, why are you mad if a person has chosen to protect their assets? Why be mad? Why are you upset? Why? I don't know. Um, we have, oops, sorry.
Yeah, but moments, even if they didn't move it, right? The damage to the facility is minuscule. There is no wide scale damage. And given even if it was there, there is no guarantee that anything would have happened to it in any case.
But let me ask you a question, Mr. President, because I'm not 100% sure about. I want clarification. Let us say the uranium was there, or there was some nuclear weapon there, and the U.S. had dropped a bomb on that. What would the repercussions be? And wouldn't there be some?
Thousands of lives
Thank
and
you.
excuses and finger pointing and
Okay.
blaming Iran and everything else. And
Okay.
20 years from now, we'll be in history and we will talk about it, but there will be no repercussion as for the US. Just the same way there is no repercussions as per Israel's action, except for if you speak out against it, you're allegedly anti, But yeah, and I think the Iranians saw this as the Israeli was working on behalf of the US. And as such, I believe they took precautions based on that, assuming that whatever Israel does was not necessarily Israel doing it, but the US was behind it. Because I think they see the US as an actor on behalf of Israel.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the US is currently seen as a proxy to Israel right now. The US is Israel proxy.
I mean, if I had that, I have to think about what will happen to my people. Am I just going to leave my people open, susceptible like that? No, I'm going to protect my people at all costs. I am going to move something. It's no different from when we're in the kitchen and we have young children and they like to run up and down in the house. And you tell them, stop, get out of the kitchen because we know the dangers of the kitchen, especially when the stove is on. Or what if there's water on the floor? You can slip and fall, bust your head. So you
You're
take precaution. Hmm?
you're implying that our administration is like kids running around, don't know what danger they're playing with.
Let me behave myself. Let me behave myself. Trump says whether he'll commit to NATO mutual defense guarantee depends on your definition. Now it's time for stories out of North America. Let's take. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Hold on a second. Oh, jeez. Hold on 1 second, there, folks. 1 second. Let me make sure I have my thing right because. Okay. Before I even get to that, let me read this one. Sorry, let me read this one first. Early U.S. intel assessment, suggests strikes on Iran did not destroy nuclear sites. This is according to sources. CNN is relating this report by WSVN. You can tell he is frustrated just in that interview before he went on the helicopter, where I think it's the first time a president has ever cursed when speaking to the media like that. Or the first we know about. But anyway, let's go ahead and read this one. The U.S. military strikes of Iran's nuclear facilities last weekend did not destroy the core components of the country's nuclear program, and likely only set it back by months. This is according to an early U.S. intelligence assessment that was described by 7 people briefed on it. The assessment, which has not been previously reported, was produced by the Defense Intelligence Agency, the Pentagon's intelligence arm. It is based on a battle damage assessment. I don't know why I keep saying assessment conducted by U.S. Central Command in the aftermath of the U.S. strikes, one of the sources said. The analysis of the damage to the sites and the impact of the strikes on Iran's nuclear ambitions is ongoing and could change as more intelligence becomes available. But the early findings are at odds with President Donald Trump's repeated claims that that the strikes completely and totally obliterated Iran's nuclear enrichment facilities. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth also said on Sunday that Iran's nuclear ambitions have been obliterated. 2 of the people familiar with the assessment said Iran's stockpile of enriched uranium was not destroyed. One of the people said the centrifuges are largely intact. Another source said that the intelligence assessed enriched uranium was moved out of the sites prior to the US strikes. So, the DIA assessment is that the US set them back maybe a few months tops. The White House acknowledged the existence of the assessment, but said they disagreed with it. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt told CNN in a statement, this alleged assessment is flat out wrong and was classified as top secret, but was still leaked to CNN by an anonymous, low level loser in the intelligence community. The leaking of this alleged assessment is a clear attempt to demean President Trump and to discredit the brave fighter pilots who conducted a perfectly executed mission to obliterate Iran's nuclear program. Everyone knows what happens when you drop 14, 30,000-pound bombs perfectly on their targets. Total obliteration. The US military has said the operation went as planned and that it was an overwhelming success. It is still early for the US to have a comprehensive picture of the impact of the strikes, and none of the sources described how the DIA assessment compares to the view of other agencies in the intelligence community. The US is continuing to pick up intelligence, including from within Iran, as they assess the damage. Everything then tell that girl that you talking. All when I make no sense now. When I lie to people, them tell me not got help for nobody. You know. If me I got help, me I go to my own account. Not because you leading me there. What's that? How much does she get paid? That me want to know. How much does she get paid?
You can't be hard on her, you know. Remember, she's a representative of the president. She has to say exactly what the White House wants her to say. So
Let me have a
don't be
blueberry.
mad at her when the White House is saying the same thing. Yeah, she's literally have to say what they want to say. She's a mouthpiece for the. That's the official position of the White House.
You see, that's a problem with me now, Mr. President. Me too rank and face here outside. Come here, go tell her, I quit. You do this yourself. Get somebody else to do it. I'm a peace. Come my husband, me I got if I were her, my husband is a multi-millionaire, so I don't need to do this. I ain't doing y'all dirty work. I'm a peace, deuces, kick rock. That's what me to tell them if I were her.
She's doing the. She understands geriatrics. You don't speak geriatrics.
Oh, sorry.
She's married to an old man. She's married to an old man and she's working for an old man. So when they speak, she understands what it is they're trying to say. Apparently, according to them, the day after, the man said they used the biggest word he has used since 2017 when he became president. Obliterated. Yes. Destroy.
You know, so you're outside.
Yes, I mean, go look it up. That's the biggest English is used. How many syllables is that? Obliterated. That's about 8 syllables.
You know, every time we talk about.
So sorry, Mr. President. So using that word alone means whatever comes after that, you have to garnish it. So when he said the operation was a huge success, a massive success, we should welcome home the American warriors, whatever, because they dropped the mother of all kabooms. But it turns out the only thing they did was drop the mother of all farts, because it was basically, is that all? Okay, bye-bye. So since then, they've been trying to, drum up the beat for, especially the fact that they want to realign themselves with that image that he's a strong man. But we now know that he's nothing more than, unfortunately, a lapdog for that guy in the Middle East, who then came on and said,
did you say
and
lab
it is the
or
invitation
lap?
we gave to it in Europe.
Did you say lab or lap? Pomeranian or a Rottweiler?
It doesn't really make any difference at this point, whether it be a controlled environment, which is the lab, or a controlled context, which is on his lap. It doesn't really make any difference. So, but he came on. We gave an interview on Fox following the so-called obliterated. Well, you see, even I learned that new word. Obliterated. So he came on. The person who owns his dog collar came on TV and said, Mr. President was decisive. He was this. He was that. Just all that nonsense. But we interpreted it was like, good doggy, good boy. Here is a doggy biscuit.
Sit, Ubu, sit.
Exactly. Exactly. Good doggy, good doggy.
Good boy, Ubu. At least, please, I hope it's an Hermes collar, at least. What can I say? All right. Stories out of North America. Hey, Dr. Sharon.
Hey, good morning. So this is the thing. I mean, I think if the layman, the average citizen of the United States, just seeing how the administration moved, knew that they were gonna hit try to attempt to hit the target. So to me, it wasn't rocket science that they would figure out, right? Because I don't have access to intelligence, but I just knew by the way they were moving, it was going to happen. So if you're a target or you think you're a potential target, why are you going to leave your instruments, your things there for someone to destroy? It's not rocket science. We're not putting a man on the moon here. This is just, to me, like basic common sense, right? So why would they leave their things, their uranium, their, the equipment? Why would you not try to move it? I mean, is it me or it just because
it's common sense?
There were Dr. Leslie, they were way ahead of
I'm not even
overfeed. That's yes, right? To me, it's common sense.
Sometimes I got to put the glass down.
Yeah, and then of course, he has an ego that needs to be stroked and fed. So of course, he's gonna say anything. He's gonna say, even without evidence, that it was completely destroyed. We don't know that. Now, apparently, intelligence is pointing to that it's not, because they were able to move their, the equipment and stuff. So it's not rocket science. This isn't.
Let me ask you a question, Dr. Sharon. Let me ask you a question. And tell me if I'm wrong, because I'm just here thinking. Could it be they moved immediately when the country that is not real started making assertions that the runaway may have some things there, and they baited Big Brother in, so the country that ran away moved their stuff because they said, okay, here we go now with this idiot trying to point fingers at us, saying we're a problem, we have these things, and we know what's going to happen. So from day one, they started making their moves. The move happened way, way long ago. Okay.
Yeah, that's all possible.
Yeah.
Because why are they going to sit around and wait?
As you catch
why are
wind.
they going to sit around and wait? And even if it didn't happen a long time ago, yes. I knew just from the way they were moving that they were getting ready to, to strike. So, I mean, I don't have access to intelligence, so they, but according to him, they obliterated
Thank you for using that word, obliterated.
I think we don't give enough credit to the country.
Dr. Leslie is unaliving me this morning.
We do not give enough credits to Iran. These people has been preparing for this kind of scenarios for a number of years. These people also have their intelligence network. These people, I'm sure, is on Truth Social and every other social media that follows that person, right? And they know how predictable or unpredictable they can be. They also know that the US is a state actor for the country that is not real. So they act accordingly. Even in the design of the sites, they know the kind of weapons that the US has. They know its limitation, and they design it as such. I think sometimes because we hear so much of the propaganda news here, we think that everybody else in the world is so far behind or so backward or so, and we always have the best intelligence. I think we have to give the people credit. Even in the way they go about hitting a country that is not real. using the type of weaponry, and so they haven't even used their sophisticated weapons, you know. They use a minimum amount of the sophisticated weapons. They just get rid of the old stocks. They probably was wondering what to do with it, and they get to dump it.
Dr. Leslie, you're a traitor. How can you be listening to Al Jazeera? You need to listen to CBS, MSNBC, NBC, ABC, CNN. How dare you listen to Al Jazeera?
Don't forget the BBC.
Come on. You know, yeah, we do listen to Al Jazeera over here. Interesting. I have some news for you folks. In case you didn't know, let this sink in for a second. Here in the US, we're $36 million. $36 trillion in debt, right? And we just spent $100 million to drop some tokens in Iran, right? We send, how much per year do we send to the country that is not real? Do you know?
3 billion.
Okay.
Oh, wait. You didn't add in the cost
That
of
does not include
his parade.
That don't include arms and ammunition too. Don't forget Adosoji. That is just the standard.
This is information overload. Come on, folks. We have to take it in baby steps, right? Bite-sized pieces. America, you have student loan. Go along to college, get that education, but there's a student loan attached if you don't have the means to pay out of pocket. In the country that's not real, education is free. America, we have the most expensive healthcare. In the country that is not real, it is free healthcare. In America, we have in excess of 500,000 homeless people. In the country that is not real, approximately 2,250 homeless people. America, highest rates of depression worldwide. In the country that's not real, the 6th happiest nation. I would like to move to the country that's not real, please, because I would like my children to get free education. I want free healthcare. I won't be homeless. Don't worry about that. And I want to be happy. Of course, I'm be happy off your money. Why shouldn't I be happy? You all get to work. Come on, chop. Y'all slacking.
While you're at it, don't forget that the money that we give to the country that is not real every year, they take a percentage of that money, give it to APAC turn and bribe our politician to push interest for the country that's not real. So we pay for our own demise. Because they take our money, give it to APAC take the money and bribe the politicians on both sides of the aisle. The politician go and put policies in place to benefit the country that is not real. But it is poor people on food stamps that cause us to run up the deficit. And it's old people who cannot afford Medicaid that is a problem to the budget.
So we have a comment on YouTube from AT. The DAI or DIA assessment is proving question because they fired the smarter DEI. Man, AT, come on.
But I mean, while we even, okay, I suppose we're just sort of entertaining the mediocrity. And the reason I say that is if your director of national intelligence comes out 3 months based on the assessment they have and says these people do not have the capability to do what they are suggested that they could have done or they have done or they could do, why would that change within 3 months? But the clown in chief, the head of the circus, comes out and say, your national intelligence assessment is wrong. And she then comes out the day after to say, yes, the people she pays don't know what they're talking about. But this guy who cannot even read one paragraph of a paper knows what he's talking about. And then they go and drop whatever. But here is one that we often overlook. Prior to them going to do whatever it is they were doing, they sent 4 strike groups. I repeat, they sent 4 strike groups to the Mediterranean. And each strike group has minimum of 6,700 personnel. So that is destroyers, carriers, pilots, submarines, 4 of that, 4 groups. So 6 times 7, 4 times. And do you know what Google says it costs to run that entire operation? 1 set a day is $6.7 million. And these things have been there now for 2 weeks. So you're basically just spending money that you don't need to be spending simply because a guy who has been telling you the same, who has been screaming the same birthday wish for 32 years.
3 decades.
32 years. And then all of a sudden, finally, you grant him his birthday wish. And even then, he couldn't even blow out the candle. Listen, I don't even know what to say. Well, at this point, it's like, as he used it, we did do what? We obliterated.
And then you see what Dr. Leslie got put down the chat about annihilate. Listen, Dr. Leslie, obliterate is the word for him for this month. Next month we teach another word, right? Next month we go back to Sesame Street with another word. We cannot overload. We can't overload. Next. Oh boy. Hold on, folks. Let me load up my next term and there I waste time with
Wait. On the news this morning, they claim that what he did only set them back just a couple of weeks.
I just read
It wasn't
that.
obliterated.
Months.
Oh, okay, I just came back in the space.
Oh,
Sorry.
Sorry. I didn't know you were God. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah, it's in the article I just read. Only a couple of months. So they're laughing. They're like, yeah, they're laughing. They're laughing. You know, it is said allegedly that what they did initially in the beginning was to break the Iron Dome. They used old material because they know. Let me tell you something. Go read the story about David and Goliath and you'll have a better understanding of what I'm alluding to. You know, I think the biggest and the baddest out there. Small axe will cut down big tree. A small axe will cut down a big tree. All right, next up, stories out of North America. Trump says whether he'll commit to NATO mutual defense guarantee depends on your definition. Let's take a listen to this one.
Donald Trump taking off for the NATO summit in the Netherlands as he tries to help hold together a fragile ceasefire agreement in the Middle East.
And here's a live look at Jerusalem this morning, a calming sight right now. But before leaving, the president says both Iran and Israel broke their truce agreement moments after it was implemented. Israel claiming Iran fired more missiles into a residential area overnight after the ceasefire had already started.
Despite the agreement, the entire region and the world remains on edge for what happens next.
Ahead of his overseas visit to the Netherlands for a NATO summit, President Donald Trump announcing a ceasefire between Israel and Iran is now in effect, pleading with both sides on Truth Social to not violate the agreement. The details: Iran would stop attacking Israel at midnight Monday into Tuesday. Then Israel would stop striking Iran 12 hours after that. Then, after another 12 hours, the 12-day war would end. The president saying the war could have gone on for years, but it didn't and never will.
The president really hit the reset button and said, look, let's actually produce long-term peace for the region.
Shortly after that first deadline of the ceasefire, Iranian missiles rained down on Israel, hitting a residential area in the southern part of the country. Rescue crews searching the rubble for survivors. Officials saying 4 people were killed. Lawmakers reacting to how President Trump handled the situation leading up to the ceasefire.
To not only make a difficult but necessary decision to take out Iran's nuclear facilities, but to broker an actual ceasefire within 48 hours is pretty remarkable.
Iran was unable to respond in any meaningful way.
and no American was harmed in the process, that sounds like a win for the country.
That this is not a left or right issue. An overwhelming amount of Americans are opposed to the United States being dragged into war.
Earlier in the day, Iranian missiles could be seen blowing up in the sky above Qatar. The president says no one was hurt and there was hardly any damage at the military base. Gulf nations like Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and the UAE condemned Iran's strike on the U.S. base. The U.S. expected retaliation after bombing 3 of Iran's nuclear sites. New footage released by the Air Force shows the B-2 bombers used in that mission. Before the ceasefire announcement, Israel said it carried out its most extensive airstrikes on Iran.
You understand the enormous war machine that was built on the Iranian nuclear program by Iran, you understand what an enormous risk it is to the world.
The president now set to address global leaders at the NATO summit today, in which Iran will come up in more than one way.
Iran is heavily involved in the fight of Russia against Ukraine by, for example, their drones deliveries, which are killing innocent Ukrainians without any respect for life.
And looking ahead, defense spending, the possibility of moving U.S. troops out of Europe, and tariffs are all likely to be the key focus of this week's summit.
If we were to use the same force equivalency, does that mean the US is busy funding the country that is not real, killing innocent children in Gaza, unaliving innocent children in Gaza with no regards for life? But Russia is the bad guy.
That is why I chuckle. I chuckle because here is one thing. I asked my very good friend the other day, I said, what is it about this country that the West is willing to destroy the very fabric of its existence? Laws, protocols, conventions. It's just basically just destroying everything because they can't call this guy to order. It's literally like a child that you take out, and for some reason, this child just seems to constantly embarrass you, and you can't do anything about this wayward child, right? This one where he just said, now, I mean, just listening to all of them speak there, you're just laughing. It's almost as if they're talking to themselves. They're not even talking to anyone. It's like what we say goes, you say Iran should stop firing, right? At one point. But your little minion should continue for the next 12 hours. Bearing in mind, it's your little minion that started this thing in the first place. Who should you call to order first? Your minion. And kudos to the Iranians. When they said, well, the last we heard, if you're not talking directly to us, you might as well just say, you know what, we carry on doing what we're doing. And now they're striking civilian areas. Wow. Really? You use that frame? I mean, even he's the person who owns his dog collar. The other day was standing in front of a hospital and said, look at this. They're attacking an humanitarian site. And somebody who is, there are people who are in bed and they can't even move. If you go and read the comments underneath, the comments alone, I said, yes, there is still humanity in the world. Yeah. That comment below, they were like, really? You want us to do what exactly? What do you want us to do? You basically live streamed your own. I mean, we can't even, at this point, we can't even find words to describe it. And yet you want us to somehow find what? No, we're sorry. And so equating Iran with what is transpiring in the Ukraine, they're two different things. Yeah, I know they think their people are a bit slow, but obviously they're not talking to anyone. They're talking to the audience of one, the one who used the big word last week. Again, the word of the day. Obliterated. Yes, that one. That's who they're talking to. So all of this dancing around is not to the Iranians. The Iranians will continue to do what they need to do. And according to certain people on Al Jazeera, they were saying the only reason why the ceasefire is being called is because they know the Israeli batteries of defense is about to run out in the next 2 weeks. And Iran basically have them where they want them. And it's going to be slap, slap, slaps, slap, slap, more slaps, come back here, slap, 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 backhand, kick, slap, slap, slap.
You are too much. Go back to writing that movie script. Yeah. Yeah. Interesting, right? Mm-hmm.
The interesting thing about that is that everything that they said in this clip, right? Less than 48 hours is all disproved. So this, the regime is weak and they're about to fade, and the program is what
Obliterated.
The big obliterated. I can't use them big
Come
words.
on, come on. The word for the day: obliterated. Come on.
And all this stuff. And it's less than 48 hours and you get an international news that just come and justify everything that was said. So you have to agree that Soji, when he's saying these clips in, because they know the president-in-chief listen to them, just say these things to pander to him. Because if Iran is saying in a month time the facility could be back on up and running, what are you talking about? They remove all the critical minerals and items they had to remove before you even got there. You don't even know where they are now.
Sorry, I shouldn't have laughed.
Imagine you went to war. Imagine you went to war the same like in Iraq. When you went there, it's like where it is. I don't know. I don't see anything.
Like watching a movie, I'll be quite honest.
Go ahead, Adosoji. Go ahead.
And then I play something here. Yeah.
There was something that cracked me up when the guy with the eyeshadow came on TV the other day.
Eyeliner,
Maybelline, whatever, I don't use it, so listen, I see it. You know what it looks like? Okay, eyeliner. Is it Revlon, by the way, or Maybelline?
I don't know if it's Maybelline, Revlon, MAC, Clinique. I don't know, but it's eyeliner.
Well, yeah, eyeshadow as well. Yeah, there's a bit of because these chicks were a bit red as well. So I was like, whoa, this brother is doing the complete works. So when he came on and he said, and I quote, the other presidents were dumb.
Ooh, boy.
The moment he said that, I knew the only reason he was doing it was because his boss, the clown in chief, Sid Bubusit, had told the guy before that, what's it called? Had told Mr. Obama, has called Mr. Obama a warmongering, and he wanted to, do what he did in Iran, but the guy did not bite the bait. But now that he has gone and done it, he have to come out and say, try to make him look better than he is. So Sid Bubusit, while he was sitting wagging his tail, and they were throwing it doggy treats, they have to make sure that they whisper something good like, "Oh, you're so good. Look at you, doggy. Look at you, boo. Oh,
I can't stand you, Brits. I really don't like you, Brits. You all are insulting our people over here. So stop using us for your entertainment. Can you do that, Adesoji? Can you do this?
It's no, because you keep. Okay, here's the thing. As much as we want to look, yes.
Ignore Dr. Leslie. Please ignore Dr. Leslie at this time.
As much as we want to come on our TV, watch entertainment, But we see these guys come on, and you guys it's like this comedy skit cannot write itself. Like, whoa, what did you just say?
Has anyone watched SNL lately, or we don't need to?
You don't need to. I mean, in fact, cancel your subscription because this is free. This is free. You know, there is one, he comes on, he's got an eyeliner, a bit of shadow. Those colors don't go quite well with his cheeks. I don't know what is happening there, but no, we see. Because we're using a high definition TV, so we can see the color is like, whoa. What is going on here? And the guy from what's the guy from that state? The state where they have alligators. What's his name again? Marco Rubio. Yeah, that one. Yeah, Marco Rubio came on Meet the Press on Sunday. And for 1 hour, 20 minutes that he was on there, I just laughed. I was laughing, sipping my coffee. He said something which was very funny. He said, the interviewer asked him that, what was the reason for the what's it called? The dropping of the bombs on Iran? If the intelligence assessment does not back it up. Do you know what he said without batting an eyelid? He said, forget the intelligence. We knew what was right. And it was like, okay. So at least there again, I know he's talking to, oh, look at you, sit.
Zionism has brought us nothing but grief in America. Can you name one positive thing that Zionists have contributed to America? That us fighting these perpetual wars on behalf of Zionism has contributed to America?
But can you also recognize that Israel, placed where it is as a tiny thumbprint in the middle?
So I'll again ask the questions, Piers. I'm asking you because we're having a conversation. Yeah. Name something positive that our Zionist AIPAC foreign policy has brought to America.
Well, I think the positive side of, if you want an answer about that, is that America has been Israel's steadfast ally because it recognizes as a country that Israel has been under an almost unique, multifaceted threat on its border for a very long time from people that want to destroy it. And you know that you may not see that as a benefit, but Israel has been very supportive to the United States in many ways. Right. So why shouldn't America?
I just want something concrete that has been benefit. Like we got better in America in this way. Just name something. Gas prices, just something that the average American can relate to.
Well, you're not going to have a correlation between Zionism and gas prices in America. Of course, you're not.
No, I'm just
obviously
giving
there are
just tell me one thing that
tangible benefits.
What your argument here is like, well, you get a pat on the back and you can say that you helped this country, which was formed in 1948 by pretending to be refugees, if you will, and being invited into the homes of Palestinians, the horrific story.
Well, they weren't pretending to be refugees. They were people fleeing a Holocaust.
Let's be clear. Let me finish my statement.
What do you mean pretending to be refugees?
Let me finish my statement. When I say pretending to be refugees and being invited into the home, you would think that these people were helpless and were going to be grateful to the people that hosted them. People like Muhammad Hadid, Bella Hadid and Gigi Hadid's father, who was an infant at this time in his mother's arms. She had just given birth. They had invited these refugees because of the goodness of their heart. And then one day they return home and their doors are locked and they are told that if you try to enter, you are going to be shot and killed. That is the reality of how Israel was established as a state. Okay, that is not a stain that you can wipe from history. Most Americans growing up actually believe what happened was that, okay, it was a little messy. That's what happens after wars. Borders get changed. But at the very least, they were given money. I mean, you've lived here for hundreds of years. Here's money for your property. No, that's not what happened. They were forced out of their homes at gunpoint.
Listen,
and it's wrong. So we get to be the nation on the back. According to you, the thing that America gets, let me finish. I'm going to let you finish. It's your show. We can, but let me finish. Your argument is that what we get to be is that nation that keeps supporting it as they continue to move their borders in this way. Now we're seeing that incursion into Gaza, and we are certainly going to see it by the end of this administration in the West Bank, because like I said, that is why Miriam Adelson gave Trump $100 million. Zionism has brought
when the leader of Iran says death to America, why doesn't that concern you?
that's a chant. And by the way, I want to be very clear. Why are they chanting death to America? Why are they chanting that? That's kind of a random thing. Like, I know
because they want Americans dead.
But why are they specifically chanting as opposed to saying, I don't know, death to China or death to Russia? What is it specifically about
They say
America?
death to America, death to Israel, death to the United Kingdom, actually.
Oh, okay.
Death to pretty much anyone that wants to stand up to them.
Could have had something to do with our actions in the Middle East, is why I'm saying that we need a change in foreign policy. And maybe it has something to do with just like killing 1 million Iraqi civilians, okay, because Bibi Netanyahu got on a congressional stage and said there are weapons of mass destruction, and we took that to the bank, and there actually were no weapons of mass destruction, so we just killed 1 million. It could have something, I could be crazy, it could have something to do with our actions in the Middle East. The fact that we have 2,000 troops stationed in Syria right now under the guise of saying that we're fighting ISIS, while at the same time we know that Bibi Netanyahu funded the Al-Qaeda adjacent fronts because he wanted to overthrow Syria, and they again expand their borders, immediately take on territory, and sell us absolute nonsense. We're talking about funding Hamas. Bibi Netanyahu funded Hamas. There's footage of Bibi Netanyahu saying this stuff on camera. So it's just so ridiculous to me to pretend that they're in some predicament, that they may be eradicated soon, which is why they have to keep funding all of these terrorist groups and then pretending that they're victims of terror, when in fact they are people that are imparting it worldwide. I just think that, like I said, Generation 9/11 has grown up, and I think that our eyes are very clear here, and we recognize that our relationship with Israel has become increasingly problematic, and it always was problematic. So I'll again ask the questions, Piers. I'm asking you because we're having a conversation. Name something positive that our Zionist AIPAC foreign policy has brought to America.
Well, I think the positive side of, if you want an answer about that, is that America has been Israel's steadfast ally because it recognizes as a country that Israel has been under an almost unique, multifaceted threat on its border for a very long time from people that want to destroy it. That you may not see that as a benefit, but Israel has been very supportive to the United States in many ways. Right. So why shouldn't America?
I just want something concrete that has been benefit. Like, we got better in America in this way. Just name something. Gas prices, just something that the average American can relate to.
Well, you're not going to have a correlation between Zionism and gas prices in America. Of course, you're not.
No, I'm just
obviously
giving you
there are
just tell me one thing that tangible benefits. What your argument here is like, well, you get a pat on the back, and you can say that you helped this country, which was formed in 1948 by pretending to be refugees, if you will, and being invited into the homes of Palestinians, the horrific story.
Well, they weren't pretending to be refugees. They were people fleeing a Holocaust.
Let's be clear. Let me finish my statement.
What do you mean pretending to be refugees?
Let me finish my statement. When I say pretending to be refugees and being invited into the home, you would think that these people were helpless and were going to be grateful to the people that hosted them. People like Muhammad Hadid, Bella Hadid and Gigi Hadid's father, who was an infant at this time in his mother's arms. She had just given birth. They had invited these refugees because of the goodness of their heart. And then one day they return home and their doors are locked, and they are told that if you try to enter, you are going to be shot and killed.
Unalive.
The reality of how Israel was established as a state. Okay, that is not a stain that you can wipe from history. Most Americans growing up actually believe what happened was that, okay, it was a little messy. That's what happens after wars. Borders get changed. But at the very least, they were given money. I mean, you've lived here for hundreds of years. Here's money for your property. No, that's not what happened. They were forced out of their homes at gunpoint.
Listen,
and it's wrong. So we get to be the nation
on
the back. According to you, the thing that America has, let me finish. I'm going to let you finish. It's your show. We can, but let me finish. Your argument is that what we get to be is that nation that keeps supporting it as they continue to move their borders in this way. Now we're seeing that incursion into Gaza, and we are certainly going to see it by the end of this administration in the West Bank, because like I said, that is why Miriam Adelson gave Trump $100 million.
Look, as you know, I oppose what the Israeli government is doing now in Gaza. I oppose the expansion of settlements on the West Bank. I think all of that is completely wrong. I do think America supports Israel because it remains the only democracy in the Middle East, and that's an important...
They're not a democracy. Stop saying that, Piers. You know, but
it's not
a democracy.
They have elections.
But who gets to vote in those elections? Do the Gazans get to vote in that election?
Well, the Israelis get to vote in Israel, obviously.
Okay, so you're basically saying America had a democracy. We had
Israel
laws
ceded
that said Black Americans couldn't. Black Americans
Israel
couldn't
moved
vote.
out. It is indisputable that Israel moved out of Gaza in 2005, and there was an election and Hamas got elected, right? Now,
Yeah,
I
and
agree
that's
with,
because
I agree with you. I agree with
but Bibi Netanyahu was on camera saying that they were going to fund Hamas into power.
Listen,
so they orchestrated that because they wanted to create
Candace,
this
I haven't
illusion.
finished. I agree with you that Netanyahu wanted to cause a split between the Palestinian Authority and Hamas. It was divide and rule. It was a catastrophically bad strategy, and it led to what happened on October the 7th over a 20-year period. There's no doubt it was a terrible thing that Netanyahu did. One of the many reasons I think he should go. But there was no doubt that the Israelis pulled out of Gaza and allowed them to have elections, and they elected Hamas, and the rest has been disastrous history.
Because the Israelis funded, because Bibi Netanyahu, they funded
I don't
Hamas
disagree
into
with you,
power.
but they still had elections.
So it's like we rigged an election, but look what the election results show is that they wanted to put Hamas into power. And so when we talk about who is funding these terrorists, the answer is Bibi Netanyahu. And I don't want to get into his corruption trials, but every single person watching this right now should go pursue the documentary, The Bibi Files, because it is absolutely stunning to understand.
I believe one of the reasons
this man is.
Woo! Can I just say, for as mediocre as Piers Morgan is, why does he have a platform? Because time and time again, there have been intelligent people who have got historical facts at their breastplate, who come on there and completely obliterate him.
Word of the day, obliterate.
I mean, this is serious. I mean, and the other thing I would encourage people to do is to please read up the history of how the U.S. involvement in the government in Iran. Look at, when we have talked here before about U.S. foreign policy and how much it is akin to terrorism. I separate any word because I know.
Yes. Because we can't do no more banning.
Right, because they destabilize people's governments to control them. They put leaders in place. When things get bad, okay, they replace them. This is across the board. Just look at U.S. policy. So then they create the monster, and now they say, oh my God, this is a terrible monster. How did this monster come about? Let's go and unalive this monster. And then they put somebody else in power. Listen, I'm not defending Iran, but go listen to Joy Reid's account, because it's succinct, okay? Listen to Joy Reid's account on how we got here with Iran. And if education, what you know. Don't look at the media here in the United States. It's all about propaganda, and it's all about, you have to look at who owns these outlets and who it's benefiting to continue perpetuating this false truth that America is the savior of the world. This is just, anywho.
Girl. Thank you, Doc.
Yeah, well, the doctor, good doctor said, go and study the history of the place. The CIA, the Central Intelligence Agency, America's Central Intelligence Agency, is considered to be one of the most, what's the word? One of the most detailed spy machine in the world. This organization has toppled governments, has unalived presidents, have started wars on the premise that certain things were happening. Iran is no exception. March 53, 19. March 13,
Okay,
19.
hold on. Everybody get out your notebooks. It's history lesson time. Take it away, Adam.
March 13, 1953. The Central Intelligence Agency, working in tandem with the MI6, which is the spy organization of the United Kingdom, under the orders of Prime Minister Winston Churchill, ordered the overthrow of Prime Minister Mohammad Mossadegh of Iran. And what was the reason? The reason was Mossadegh, having just won the election, decided to nationalize British Petroleum, which controlled the fourth largest oil reserves in the world, which is what Iran sits on. And then they decided this guy had to go. How do they do it? They funneled money into militia groups, gangsters in the streets and what have you. And how did they get the signal? They used no other than the British Broadcasting Corporation, who was supposed to make a mistake at 1 minute past midnight. And that mistake was then supposed to be corrected by saying, oh, we made a mistake. And that was supposed to be their go-ahead. And that go-ahead then happened. Why do we know all of this? We know all of this because the CIA also, in their wisdom, quarter of a century later would release their files. And that files formed the nucleus of a book titled All the Shah Men. I repeat, All the Shah Men. That book was written by Stephen Kinzer. Stephen Kinzer. Kinzer is spelled Kinzer. Now, when Miss Candace Owens, oh my God, I'm having to even call her name properly.
Imagine.
That is making me cringe.
She's been doing some research, finally.
That's making me cringe, but I'll give her flowers on this account alone. I have a bit of a problem with her recount of American history as regards African Americans, but I'll give her account here. And the reason she turned a new leaf is none other than because she had an encounter with Norman Finkelstein. Norman Finkelstein has, for the better part of more than 50 years, talked about talked about how his life work was exposing the Zionism, that is Israel, and how because his parents, both on father and mother side, disappeared in the Holocaust, he had to make it his mission that would not be revisited on anyone. So he made it his life work. And why is all of that happening? Why is all of that important? It's also important in the sense that what Candace Owen was talking about there, that this guy with his freckled face, chubby cheeks, mealy mouth, was just dancing around the subject, and he's a very, eloquent guy, and he's well read, and I'm sure he would have read the book because he's actually interviewed the next book I'm going to recommend. And that book is titled The Ethnic Cleansing of Palestine. And that book is written by Ilan Pappé. Pappé is spelled P-A-P-P-E.
You got to put it in the chat when you're done.
Okay, so
put them in the chat.
Yeah, I'll put them in the chat. So Ilan Pappé wrote that book not out of not out of initial curiosity. It was because he was supposed to write his thesis, and he went into the Israeli archives. So all of that stuff in that book comes from the Israeli archives. They documented what they did so that we cannot have the chance to say we did not know. They documented it. So ethnic cleansing of Palestine is one. And then there is one other guy.
Sorry, my bad. Go ahead.
And then there is one other guy, Avi Shlaim. Avi Shlaim is the foremost authority on Zionism. He's Israeli, he's Jewish, he's based at Oxford University. He wrote a book recently titled The Genocide in Gaza. I mean, he's written a series of books, but this is the most, Shlaim is spelled S-C-H-L-A-I-M. So he and Avi is spelled, Avi, that's it. So basically, these guys have given you all the works. So you don't have to listen to mainstream media. These guys did research. And at the back of those books are also resources that you can go to and go and see yourself. Go and see yourself. One final book is by this lady. In fact, that's her life's work. Alison Ware. Alison is spelled Alison is the surname. The title of her book is Against Our Better Judgment. Against Our Better Judgment. The book is about 200 pages, but guess what? The entire content of the book is not more than 120 something pages. The rest is sources, newspaper articles. Listen, your eyes will water. So now you've got 4 books. You have no reason, believe you me, if you're listening to this thing here, if you're listening to Coffee and Toe at this moment, you have no reason in the world to feign ignorance or that anyone could lie to you or you could repeat what they're talking about out there, because you now know. You know about Iran. You know about the ethnic cleansing in Palestine from the Israeli archives. You know about Avi Shlaim, who is the foremost. In fact, if you go on YouTube, just enter his name, you will see him. He will come up and you can listen to him. You can even listen to Norman Finkelstein. Even Ilan Pape is on YouTube. So you can listen to all these people and you can read their books. And dare I say, you have no excuse. Willful ignorance cannot be, it's not even cool. It's not cool, please. I yield.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I have been conferred a PhD in history by Adesoji. Thank you so much, sir.
I'm buying a lot of tickets this month. I never believed I would be siding with Sean Hannity, Margie Taylor Greene, and Candace Owen.
Tucker Carlson.
Tucker Carlson, I mean, yeah. Not Tucker Carlson, not Hannity. All of them in 1 month, I'm officially a Republican. There's no way she let him cook. Candace, for you criticizing for a lot of stuff. This one,
oh, I shredded
she
the
hit
pieces.
the nail. She hit the nail on the head, man. She had him could not even say a thing. She really let him cook on this one.
Let him cook. Let him cook. Listen. Woo! Out of Saudi. Bombs are dropped. You're not all right. Thank you for that. Oh, yes, ladies and gentlemen, everyone listening online, everyone on YouTube, and everyone right here with us on TikTok. Yes, welcome to History One-on-One. We have it here almost every single, as a matter of fact, we have it here every single day. If you're in college, you can come here. You know, by the time you're done, write your thesis. Yes, we got your back. Thank you, Adesoji. Willful ignorance. A lot of us revel in that. A lot of us. And technology has made it so much easier for us to learn, to become acclimated. All we have to do, jump on Amazon, jump on whatever, wherever they have audio books. If you're not one to sit still and listen, sit still and read, sorry, you can listen as you go about your business. Yeah. Thank you, Adesoji. Lord of mercy, I feel smart to Dr. Leslie. I feel like, I need my PhD. What's up, James?
Yeah, like I think everyone should know by now that Pierce, you can't really take Pierce serious because
instigator. You want to call him an instigator?
No, he's he's Murdoch's water boy, so like you can't really take him serious. And like over the years, like even with the Meghan Markle thing, all petty he's been for the past couple of years because he got rejected by her and stuff like that. It's just you can't take him serious. Like it's the only thing he has going for him is the British voice, because the British voice can make anyone seem intelligent. So that's the only thing.
Damn. Another pound one today. Are we getting a thing at the end of this game?
Facts.
Yeah, y'all on one today. Damn. Welcome to Coffee and Toe, ladies and gentlemen. All right, let me squeeze this one in before we have to wrap up the on-air live stream with QMZRadio.com and not Jano Radio, I'm sorry, QMZRadio.com and MadMusicHouse.com. Yeah, we're already on News and Talk channel on Jano Radio, my people. You should be there already. Don't forget to subscribe to the Coffee Into YouTube channel, as well as I invite you to subscribe to us right here on TikTok. To make it easy for those of you listening online, head on over to www.coffeeinto.com. Go to our Contact Us page. The links are there for our platform, so you can follow us and subscribe. All right, this one. A Marine Corps veteran says he feels betrayed after his father was arrested by masked federal agents in Southern California. Let's take a listen.
A tough takedown in Southern California. A U.S. Border Patrol officer pins a landscaper to the ground and starts swinging. U.S. Border Patrol officers say the man swung first with a piece of equipment that could be deadly.
That's right. It's the latest video to capture widespread attention as the Trump administration's crackdown on immigration draws scrutiny. Video capturing the moments an undocumented migrant was arrested by federal agents outside of a restaurant in Santa Ana, California. Agents seen punching Narcisco Barranco in the head and the neck while taking him into custody. Barranco was working as a landscaper and was outside of an IHOP restaurant when Border Patrol agents moved in. A spokesperson for the Department of Homeland Security said he was arrested after trying to evade law enforcement. Agents claim that he swung a weed whacker directly at an agent's face. His son says he ran because he was scared.
It hurt because I wasn't there to help him out. I wasn't there to protect him. At the same time, it was just sad. And then I know he was scared.
Alejandro is a Marine Corps veteran. He says his father has lived in the U.S. since the 1990s.
I know he's always dedicated his life to work. That's all I've ever known him as, just a hardworking guy, kind guy.
And has never been in trouble with the law.
He's a good dad, taught us always to respect everyone. Get back to our country.
Barranco remains in ICE custody in downtown Los Angeles.
Much more ahead.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, I have this video that I said I was gonna play. Let me do it before I forget, right? As the old head they are going. That video for that article, very disturbing to watch how they punched that man. Punched him. Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do. Came across this video yesterday.
You should see how they treat their women in Iran. We pumped a dead woman full of drugs and then cut her fetus out because her body was decaying. You should see how they treat their women in Iran.
The hypocrisy. The hypocrisy. Oh, by the way, here's this one.
We're hearing of very innovative ideas. For example, could we allow some physicians to be gold card physicians because they're so good at making the right care for the right patient that maybe they don't have to go through a pre-authorization? There's some systems that don't even do pre-authorizations because they have already evolved into having ways of giving feedback to doctors so they learn when they're ordering tests and medications that aren't right for a solution to a particular problem, so they don't repeat those errors. At its best, that's what pre-authorization sought to do. We're hearing of very innovative ideas.
Gold card physician, step up, please. Oh boy.
Republican Representative Kat Cammack needed an abortion, so she had one. She got one. You want to know how she got one? She called the governor's office.
DeSantis.
Medical professionals in Florida know that the 6-week total abortion ban is in place, and they didn't know what to do. So she called the governor's office, and the governor's office told those healthcare providers, it's totally okay, give her an abortion. You're not going to lose your license. You're not going to lose anything. You're not going to lose your jobs. Give her the abortion that she needs to save her life. So if you're super privileged, then you can get an abortion that's going to be life-saving. You can have access to health care that's necessary for women. This happens all the time, by the way. Miscarriages, hemorrhaging, ectopic pregnancies, all reasons to need an abortion for a healthcare reason to save somebody's life. But unless you're privileged, you can call the governor's office. There might be a murky gray area that might be causing confusion where your provider can't just make that determination based off their expertise and knowledge and their medical license. A Republican needed an abortion, so she got one, while actively voting against other women's rights to their health care.
I want to say thank you to everyone who tuned in and listened to Coffee Into World News on the Go on QMZRadio.com. For quality music while you work or play, keep it logged on to www.qmzradio.com for that good music to get you through your day. Also want to say thank you to everyone who tuned in to madmusichouse.com for any genre, anytime. We will be back with you tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Eastern, but we do invite you to continue with us on YouTube Live, Coffee Into, or join us on TikTok. If not, have yourselves a wonderful rest of the day. We'll be back with you tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Eastern.
We have
not this one. Hold on, this one.
We have some serious news right now. A woman who was 4 to 5 months pregnant has lost her child in ICE custody despite begging guards for 3 days for medical help. This is the story of Iris Diana Monteroso Lemus. According to the Nashville Banner, she was detained by ICE earlier this year and was brought to the Ridgewood Correctional Center. At the time, she was several months pregnant. She told her story that while in custody, she wasn't getting the nutrients she was needed, that the food was so poor that many detainees would throw it away rather than eat it. She described spaghetti being served with cockroaches. She said she experienced mocking and mistreatment from guards. She was forced to sleep on the floor. She repeatedly asked for an ultrasound to make sure her pregnancy was healthy. Guards only monitored her blood pressure and tested her urine and refused the ultrasound. She begged the doctors to take her to the hospital, saying that she was having contractions. They dismissed her concerns. It took 3 days for them to hospitalize her, where she lost her pregnancy at the hospital. You can read the full story in the Nashville Banner, but this is real, and this is happening in the United States of America.
Yeah, it is real.
You should see how they treat their women in Iran. We pumped a dead woman full of drugs and then cut her fetus out because her body was decaying.
So real. So real.
Republican Representative Kat Cammack needed an abortion, so she had one. She got one. You want to know how she got one? She called the governor's office. Because the medical professionals in Florida know that the 6-week total abortion ban is in place, and they didn't know what to do. So she called the governor's office.
Imagine a medical professional has to get approval from the governor of the state of Florida to allow a woman to be taken care of so her life could be saved. So, doctors, what are y'all? Chopped liver? That doctors cannot make a decision. They have not empowered the doctors to be able to make the decisions that they have been making for years to save a woman's life. We mean nothing to these politicians. But not to worry, not to worry, not to worry. If you have your money and you have the, the connections, and you're able to pick up your phone and call your governor directly, don't worry. Your life will be saved. Don't worry. A little moolah, connections, you'll be all right. You'll be allowed to live. The hypocrisy. Is this where we cue Animal Farm? We're all equal, but some are more equal than others. Go read the book, George Orwell. 19 what? 80 what? 4. Go read the book. The hypocrisy. I can pick up the phone, call who I know. So, Dr. Sharon, yes, let's proceed. You can now do what it is that you need to do to save my life because the governor says you can save my life. You can save my life. Did the governor go to medical school? So this is what we're doing, playing God. We are now picking and choosing who gets to continue to exist and who we say away with. We also are picking and choosing whose fetus gets to live and whose doesn't. We also get to pick and choose if we want to let someone transition peacefully, respectfully, or we keep them as an incubator. What on God's earth is wrong with us? What is this? Are we going to complain about Iran? Do you know that in the country that is not real, terminations are legal? Oh, you didn't know that? No bureaucratic red tape. No, none of that. They're legal. Did you know that? So we respect the woman and we value the woman and we hold the woman of the country that is not real in high esteem, but not our own. That makes sense. Make that make sense.
The land of chosen people.
Make that make sense. The woman detained, begging. So we are only pro for some people, but not all people.
Exactly. Moments. It goes against what they're trying to do, right? They're trying to color America that particular color that is void of pigment. Why would they care about a brown or black baby being born? That's the problem. Too many of you all. So I'm not gonna work to ensure a delivery of another one of y'all. Let's continue the process of getting y'all out of here. So let's see, after they get all the brown, in terms of the Hispanic and the quote unquote non-Americans, even Americans are being put out. Let's see what happens to people who are Black born in America. Let's see what they come up with, because I tell you what, the devil has an imagination that is beyond, but he's still a creation. Still a creation. These people try to play God, and it's just sickening. It's inhumane. But the more you dehumanize a person, the more you to justify this kind of behavior, you see? Because if you're dehumanizing them and seeing all these negative things about them, unfounded nevertheless, then when bad things happen to them, it's easy for people to say, well, you see, that's what they get for doing da 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 da. You see? So we do that. We do that over and over and over and over again, where people are literally mad at migrants, mad at, we call the white folk expats, and we call brown Black people immigrants. Yeah. We get mad at the immigrants. We don't have a problem with the expats. But we get mad at the immigrants and we denigrate the immigrants. And we don't realize how much the immigrants add to our lives until the immigrants are gone. And then crap will smoke we pipe.
They are trying to
Sorry. Go ahead, Dr. Keisha.
I was in a live, and it was like it was a musical live. And this woman in the chat, we were just talking about the inhumanity that's going on. And she said, well, but Israel are the chosen ones, and we're supposed to protect them.
She needs to go to our history. Mm-hmm. She doesn't know the difference between the Israelites and the Israelis. And that is the problem. I think that is where a lot of people are confused. Ted Cruz doesn't know the difference either. He doesn't know. But he's going riding real hard for them, not for his people, Cuba, not for the Cubans, but for them, and doesn't know the history. He doesn't know the difference, that there's a difference between the Israelis and the Israelites. Pick up a book. Pick up a book. Pick up a book.
They are trying to deport United States citizens by erasing them from databases. ICE is flagging people with Hispanic last names. So if you get stopped at a traffic light and they're asking you for your license and they say, oh, your license is not here, give me your social security number. Oh, your social security number is not here. Well, that probably means ICE removed you from the database so that they could deport you illegally.
Basically, you guys told me.
Oh, by the way, gotta give you this story. Gotta tell you what happened about 2 weekends ago. So son number 3 coming back from a cruise, disembarked, Port of Miami, and gets pulled for questioning. Yes. Do you know so-and-so in El Salvador? My son is laughing like a cackling hyena. No. Yeah. I mean, thankfully, it wasn't for long. They didn't hold on to him for long, but yeah, that was his experience.
Reason why we're staying away from that madhouse. And sorry, no way. In fact, coming through, if I'm holding a book, I'll be pulled aside.
Yeah. Do you know so and so from El Salvador? My son. He said, I'm like, so what did you do? And he said, like, Mommy, I was just there laughing. I tell you. No. Like, you're laughing? Like, yes, it's funny. I'm like, it's not funny. Children, right?
You know what? Funny moments, I probably would have cracked up too. I would have looked them dead ass in the eye and laughed. I mean, I understand the situation is not funny, but how are you pulling people off of the line and asking them if they know such and such? As if I'm supposed to do your work. I'm supposed to help you, do your work illegally, really, because you have mass people kidnapping people off the streets and detaining them and deporting them without even due process. So you think I'm going to help you with that?
So it's happening, folks. So especially when you travel overseas, for those of you coming back, be prepared. You may be pulled, you may not be pulled.
Yeah, I'm traveling soon, and I'm going to, expect it to be full. I'm just going to be prepared for it.
Yeah. But,
Well, okay. I'm going to comment about the pregnant woman. How are you detaining women of reproductive age, right, who are pregnant with a child and not even providing them with the standard of care? Because you're taking the blood pressure and what are you checking the urine for? Do you know what they're looking for? Do they know what they're looking for? But we can't afford this person with the standard of care? I mean, like, do we really have to be that barbaric?
They don't care, Dr. Sharon. See, that's what Dr. Leslie just put, because they're not considered human. They're not. They're not.
They were able to put in the Constitution that you and I were 3/5 of a human for a reason. Okay.
Let's say F1, because remember I got banned for a week for that same word. Constitution. Yeah.
Constitution?
Destitution con. And that justified everything thereafter. That you can work for hours on end without victuals, as they call it down in the South, in deplorable conditions that as a child, like incest, and what we would say is incest and pedophilia wasn't considered that because they were 3/5 of humans, right? They're not 100% human. So we can abuse and do all the rotten stuff, cut off their genitals in public market, display their genitals and say, yeah, this one is for sale, here's for sale, here's for sale. And we're supposed to get over that stuff. And there are no we're the only ones in the world who haven't been compensated for the free labor of building nations.
And it's never going to happen.
You send in money to anyhow. Oh God.
Spell the word different, Kennedy. We can't delete. We can't even delete the word. Yeah, we can't. Or break it up in and put spaces between. Yeah, I was banned for a week for that very word. Yeah. But I don't see any change coming. Not right now, at least. Let me play this.
We have breaking news right now. A House effort to impeach Donald Trump has just failed by a vote of 344 to 79. 128 Democrats joined all Republicans in rejecting a measure to impeach Donald Trump. This measure was introduced by Al Green, who is a congressman from Texas. Remember, he's the one who confronted Donald Trump during Trump's joint address to Congress earlier this year. Now, this impeachment article was never going to pass just because Republicans control the House, and for it to pass, some Republicans would have had to vote for impeachment, which none signaled they would do. So this impeachment effort has failed. Now, there's still plenty of criticisms around Trump, and we'll definitely see if there is a renewed effort to impeach Donald Trump potentially if Democrats win the House of Representatives and or the United States Senate come 2026. Spread the word. As always, I'll do a...
What are these damn Democrats on? Excuse my language. I'm so sorry. Dems, 100 and something of you, sided with the Republicans. What time does the Titanic leave the port?
Yeah, but this is a question. What does impeachment do? Is it going to remove him from office? He's been twice impeached before. Right? He's still there.
Thank you for the reality
He's a felon.
check. Thank you for the reality check. Thank you for the reminder.
And he's still there.
Also, they're doing this. They are waiting because if
we can't hear you, Dr. Keisha.
Can you hear me?
Much better, much better.
I said also they're waiting because if they do something now while this individual is trying to start fights and wars, that gives him motive to do what? Martial law. So therefore, he will continue to do what he's doing and stay and stay and stay. So I can see what they're doing.
Okay.
Just gotta wait.
Okay, I got you. All right, I got you. They're playing chess. All right. Let's see what happens in midterms, right? The rest of America needs to be on alert, right? Do not, because we have a habit of not showing up at the midterms. Yeah. Yes, Salter. Absolutely. We have a habit of not showing up for the midterms. We're lazy like that. Yeah, can't be bothered. Get out there and do what you must, folks. Do what you must. You have to. All right. You need to, I should say. You don't have to, but you need to. Strongly recommend that you do. All right. Next up, an Army veteran self-deports after nearly 50 years in the U.S. This article, courtesy of NPR. For 55-year-old U.S. Army veteran Sejun Park, this was the hardest moment of his life. Not getting shot in combat, not the years battling traumatic stress disorder or addiction, not prison. It was leaving the U.S., a country he called home for nearly 5 decades. On Monday, Park, a green card holder, self-deported to South Korea. His removal order was the result of charges related to illicit substance possession and failure to appear in court from over 15 years ago. Offenses that he said stemmed from years of untreated PTSD. Park's story reflects both the challenges of life after combat and the perils that non citizen veterans face if caught in the legal system. Realities made harsher amid the Trump administration's push for record deportations. Park told NPR in an interview prior to his departure, "I can't believe that this is happening in America. That blows me away, like a country that I fought for." U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement did not immediately respond to a request for comment. Thank you for your service, young man. You're still young. 55, you're still young. Thank you for your service. And yes, no one is perfect. You stumbled, you fell down, you got back up, but still, in their eyes, you're not worthy. We only want pure hair. Which leads me to ask the question, what are we going to do with our homegrown issues? What's the plan? You know, we have the idea, not the idea, we have Alcatraz, alligator Alcatraz, being put up quickly to house 5,000 immigrants. But I'm not hearing any conversation about our homegrown folks. What's the plan? The homegrown folks who are troublemakers. What's the plan?
The homegrown folks are not in the crosshairs. They've never been and they will not be. The good doctor said earlier that the United States is trying to color in the spaces. Your homegrown people don't appear on that palette, that color palette. So as long as that is the case, people can walk up and down the street, do 1,000,001 things, and still get just a slap on the wrist. Whereas you just misjudge a red light that goes amber, and you could be on the boats to El Salvador. So, no, I don't think, I mean, yes, it's nice that we're asking the question, but we can't be oblivious of what is staring us in the face, which is, that's the intention. The plan is the plan. You either understand it or you don't, or, ship yourself out. Yeah. And the one way of, which couples onto your last story, the one way you can do it is energize the electorate to come out and vote in their own interest, not against their own interest. And, what's it called? Not to vote against their own interests, typical of what we saw with regards to the people of New York yesterday. Shout out to them. Yeah. Well. Yes. Yeah. So yeah. And that is a testimony of what can happen when people rally around not just a candidate, but also policies that are beneficial to them. In the face of overwhelming, when I say overwhelming, we're talking in excess of $30 million in political action committee money. And yet, it's the people on the ground that mattered most. And guess what? They not only send a message to the man who he ran against, but also send a message to the two top Democrats who happen to live in Brooklyn, Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer. So, enough said. I yield.
Thank you, Adesoji. You know something, Dr. Leslie, I had said some time ago when it was released, the information was released that he was going to be starting his own social media platform. And I remember saying, I think this was back in 2022, somewhere there. I want to say 2022. And I remember saying, you know something, probably having a Truth Social account is not a bad idea because that way you can keep abreast of what's going on. I decided not to. I said, "Mm-mm, mm-mm. There's not enough disinfectant in the world that can take care of me. There are not enough vaccines in the world that can keep me safe. So I decided, just as I departed the streets of Twatterland, I also decided I was not going to. There are other folks who are over there. There are people over there who get the information and they disseminate. Me nah put myself in the dirt pan. Sorry. Mm-mm.
Okay, I thought of getting one just for the spy aspect, but when they wanted my cell phone, I was like, nah, I ain't doing that. I can't get my, and they wouldn't take my burner account, so I'm like, nah, nope. But you know, if you know it's a pig pen or a pigsty, what you think going into the pigsty will lead to, right? So there is no need for me to indulge in the fecal discourse.
Thank you.
Not at all. I don't have enough heavy boots for that. I have boots to go pick up my dog stuff outside, but not for I wouldn't even deal with that. I'll deal with my dog stuff, but no, not even that. Which is why we have representatives, y'all, because I'm maintaining my mental health. I deactivated my whatever that account is as well, and I will let other people go in there, and I'll listen to Joy Reid and others talk about it because I'm good.
Yeah.
We don't need to give them numbers.
No.
So that's why I think we have representatives.
Not at all. I will not be there.
Because I'm sure everybody who has a True Social account got a direct marketing for that fake phone they sell in there. I'm sure you got direct marketing to get that cell phone, get the Trump ring where he's your voicemail.
But hold on. Thank you for calling Verizon. The number you have dialed.
Yo.
That's
I've never seen anything like this, man. This is crazy, but hey,
it's good entertainment.
Yeah, it's good for us across the pond.
Hi.
No, this is not entertainment anymore. This is not funny anymore. Like it's that show you don't want to see anymore. This is not entertainment. This is now our lives.
The world is laughing at us. Some people wanting to send us barrels from countries. I mean, the world is laughing at us, feeling sorry for us. They're wishing us well. I just told you don't say another word. Just make space on your sofa for us.
I have a question though, honestly. Like I plan to go back. I plan to go to Guinea, but I'm wondering, we say people are laughing at us, but do we also need to be aware of places to go to where we could be a target? When we say we're American, I'm just talking about for regular people. I'm not talking about some mass thing. I'm talking about saying where we're from, and all of a sudden something happened.
I think abundance and caution is appropriate. One of the things I do not do when I travel is I do not declare or make any declarations or try to have any affiliation with being a U.S. citizen. I don't. My Trini accent comes out very quickly. And I am very careful about that because most people don't have a very fond feelings towards Americans for good reason. But having individual conversations with people, they realize, and then to be honest, the world knows that most Americans are not down with the OPP, right? Not down with that OPP. So, but yeah, I mean, I would not go into Iran as an American right now. I wouldn't even go into Israel. Oh, sorry, the not real
country that's not real.
Country that's not real.
Yeah.
So you just have to be careful with the conflicts that are happening throughout the world in general.
You better make your Antiguan accent come right out, Dr. Sharon. Dr. Keisha, better learn an accent. Learn an accent real quick. Learn an accent.
You need to blackwash that the accent you have there, Dr.
You
Keisha.
have to Caribbean wash it. You have to thin it up. You need to pick up that Guinean accent. Go ahead, Soji.
Well, as you say, you're not gonna call my name and then say I'm an American or I'm a Brit. Like, Shuri Ekpisha, are you okay?
Wait, you better let your husband start doing some basics with you, Dr. Keisha. Come on now. Shut that American accent. What does the Guinean accent sound like? I don't know. I need to go look. Nigerian, I know. South African, I know. I think Ghanaian, I know. Yeah.
Oh yeah, we just we blend. We live with the green and we live with the red.
All right. Next up, Supreme Court will hear a case of Rastafarian whose dreadlocks were shaved by Louisiana prison guards. Article courtesy of apnews.com. The Supreme Court agreed on Monday to hear the appeal of a former Louisiana prison inmate whose dreadlocks were cut off by prison guards in violation of his religious beliefs. The justices will review an appellate ruling that held that the former inmate, Damon Landor, could not sue prison officials for money damages under a federal law aimed at protecting prisoners' religious rights. Landor, an adherent of the Rastafari religion, even carried a copy of a ruling by the appeals court in another inmate's case, holding that cutting religious prisoners' dreadlocks violates the Religious Land Use and Institutionalized Persons Act. Landor had not cut his hair in nearly 2 decades when he entered Louisiana's prison system in 2020 on a 5-month sentence. At his first 2 stops, officials respected his beliefs, but things changed when he got to the Raymond Laborde Correctional Center in Cotton Port, which is about 80 miles northwest of Baton Rouge, for the final 3 weeks of his term. 3 weeks the man have left. 3. And they violated his religious beliefs. A prison guard took the copy of the ruling Landor carried and tossed it in the trash, according to court records. Then the warden ordered guards to cut his dreadlocks. While 2 guards restrained him, a third shaved his head to the scalp, the records show. Landor sued after his release, but lower courts dismissed the case. The Fifth U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals lamented Landor's treatment, but said the law does not allow him to hold prison officials liable for damages. The Supreme Court will hear arguments in the fall.
So wait, that gives them carte blanche to do whatever they want to do to prisoners, and that's nonsense. That is absolute nonsense, because if they're going to say the prisoners have enough rights to be taken to the hospital and to be getting medical care in prison, to be fed in prison, then they ought to respect their religious belief. That is assault and battery. That is absolute. I would be pissed. And that was pure. Let me guess.
Unadulterated evil.
Let me guess what they look like. That is pure evil and wickedness, only to exert their sense of power, which they don't really feel they have. This is stupid. Oh.
I have some choice words, but yeah. In business and tech news, brought to you by Grant Coffee House. From our farms to your cups, enjoy 20% off all coffee products at www.grantcoffeehouse.com. Enjoy that 20% off when you shop today and use the code COFFEEINTO20 at checkout. Former CEO sentenced to prison after first ever prosecution for stock sales via trading plans that thousands of executives use. According to yahoofinance.com, the 65-year-old founder and former CEO of behavioral health care provider On Track was sentenced to 42 months in prison and ordered to pay $17.9 million in fines and restitution, making Terrence Scott Peaser the first executive ever convicted in a criminal case based exclusively on the abuse of Rule 10b5-1 trading plans. This is according to the Department of Justice. As detailed in various court documents, Peaser was sending increasingly frantic text messages to a confidant and on-track and executive, about the potential loss of a major client in the months before he set up a trading plan to sell on-track stock. All told, Peaser avoided $12.5 million in stock losses by selling his shares before certain information was made public and the stock price dropped more than 40%, authorities said. The Miami-based, Lord damn, he's the part from Miami now. Oh, we're not looking too cute in the news. Come on, Miami. We ain't looking cute down here at all. Oh boy, hold it. The
You know what you just read there? They should send all of Congress in jail.
The Miami-based company, founded by Peaser in 2003, had previously lost another big client, identified in court documents as Aetna. You know Aetna. Y'all familiar with Aetna, right? Jai your mic open, which wiped out $265 million of Peaser's personal wealth after on-track stock price plummeted on the news. In March 2021, a press release was made announcing the Aetna termination. Pfizer said the company still had significant tailwinds and touted on-track's deal with Cigna, saying it would drive 2021 growth, according to a Securities and Exchange Commission civil complaint about Peaser's trading. Peaser stepped down from the CEO role in April 2021, but remained as executive chairman. So all these healthcare companies, gonna charge you one bag of money for deductions weekly. And I just not do it way. And then I turn around and I'm gonna stop it. I get it.
Comments. When the sitting president, disclosed to executives that he would be removing the tariffs, and then some people are seen on records saying that I think it was Charles Schwab made how much million from the deal. Didn't they have prior knowledge of that? Didn't they know that would move the market? So you find some little person that you want to say you uphold the law. When the same CEOs knew of your plan before, first of all, they knew when you was going to announce the tariffs, so they could have short the market and make money. And then they knew when you're going to release the the tariffs, so they could make on the upside. But you want to try to tell us that, oh, this guy is breaking the rules? In Congress, there are people sitting on committees who get confidential information, trade on that information before it become public knowledge, yet still we don't consider that insider trading. Give me a break.
He pissed somebody off. He pissed off somebody. Somebody wanted to shake him down. He was saying, no, we're not doing that. And I said, all right, you're going to feel it one way or another. Plain and simple. Thank you so much, Kirk and Cindy. Thank you. Yeah, that's all that happened. He rubbed somebody the wrong way. He PO'd somebody. Sorry. Look at them still alive. Vengeance. And that's what that, yeah. Them get back at him. That's all that is. That's all that is. In other news, in our business and another business and tech news. Excuse me. Hold on there. All right. Target says prices for back to school sales won't change for the upcoming school year. We have an audio clip for this one.
Craig, Target says prices for back-to-school items will stay the same. The retailer chain will keep the cost of school supplies at its 2024 costs. Its popular list of 20 must-have items, adding up to a total of less than $20, the store says, and those will return. Shoppers will be able to find a number of products starting at $5. Students and teachers will also get 20% discounts.
That is so refreshing to a lot of people.
Everything else going up, but
Everything else
back to school stays the same.
Paper, pens.
Yeah, please shop at Target. So my son who has been working there while he's going through college can get paid so he can make continue to take care of his personal effects. Please and thank you. Yeah, so don't worry, folks. Teachers, remember now, students and teachers, you'll still be able to get your 20% discount on purchases. All right. I mean, what happened? Didn't the daughters or who was it? Some children were trying to coerce the owner to make an apology. Did that apology ever come out? Huh? Did that apology
For
ever
what?
come?
For what?
For the
What store is this?
the Target, for how the DEI issue and stuff. Did they ever make an apology?
So hold on. An apology that they removed their DI initiative?
Hold on a second. Hold on. Jai's asking, wait, you're not boycotting, not boycotting? I don't shop there, but one of my sons has been working there for a year while he's going through college, right? He still has, 2 more years left. He's been working there.
I mean, that I understand. I
Yeah,
wouldn't tell him to walk away from a, yeah,
exactly.
I get that. Right. But I
I don't
personally
shop there.
haven't shopped at Target since they rolled back their DEI initiative. So what are they apologizing for? Are they apologizing or are they going to reinstate the DEI initiative? Because apology is nothing.
I didn't follow it up. We need them to reinstate it. That's what we need them to do.
Yes. So what is an apology?
Nothing. And they have not reinstated it. And let me also tell you what Target's been trying to do. And I used to love that store, but I have disowned them, divorced them, and put them in the ground.
Understandable.
They tried using a little melanated hand in their video.
I saw those videos and people went in.
Right on. We're like, no. In addition to that, the Black creators that we were still trying to support and can support in other ways, they put all of their stuff on clearance. So they just stomped 2 more inches into the ground for me. Deuces.
I need to see if any impression was made upon the owner by his children. Thank you so much, Pretty Mom, because the owner, sometimes we start organizations, right? We have our children and we have our grandchildren. The grandchildren in particular, you will find that they are more inclusive, right? They go to college, their friends they have diverse groups of friends. Listen to them, grand pitney them. Then we help on a save on a business. They listen to them and learn from them so that you can change your narrow way of thinking and how you see other people. You cannot it's the American way. What am I saying? You cannot just look on people as dollars and cents and just a profit margin.
That's what you are.
That's what we are. Yeah, this is the American way, unfortunately. And we need to move away from that. See people as human first. Humans that help you to be able to live the lifestyle that you can afford. Your grandchildren or your children are more aware and you still don't want to learn or listen to them.
I mean, the fact that you're a private company and the government leans on you to remove something that you claim to have believed, and they didn't even have to ask you a second time, and you did it at first asking, suggests there was no sincerity or purpose in the first place.
I just told you there are some companies who didn't even wait for him to ask them, just repeal.
Exactly. So, I mean, I don't think an apology or, and even some case, reversing what you've already done, because we already see what you mean. You're only doing it because your bottom line is now hurt. So that's the only reason why you're going back. Apple said no.
Yeah, Apple said no, we ain't doing it.
When they brought the subject, they said no. That's it. It will even be an indictment on Apple to say yes to it because your CEO is an alphabet guy. So how's he gonna do it? Yeah, I yield.
There are some companies that said flat out, no, do what you want, but we are not. But you know what? Let's look at how the revocation of DEI is working out. We're filled with incompetence. We have Ted Cruz, DEI. Oh, y'all didn't know? Yeah, he's a DEI hire. We have Hot Wheels, DEI. Yeah, Hot Wheels is DEI.
Listen, Walmart has the worst customer service. They need all the help and training they can get.
Oh, you heard that they're doing away with their self-checkout? Remember they tried that foolishness that you have to get some membership to be able to use self-checkout? No, they say they're moving away from the self-checkout. Who cares? DI. And everybody who jumped on, yes, get rid of it, get rid of it. And you don't even know, say you yourself and benefit from it, but you want to get rid of it. Oh my God.
Is that the store where you can walk in and buy a pew pew?
Yes, same one.
As if you're buying a bucket.
Same one. Lord have mercy. All right, that is it for business and tech news. Time now for health and science news, brought to you by Lormel Skin Food. Head on over to lormelskinfood.com and discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. What to know about the COVID variant that may cause razor blade sore throats? Let's take a listen. This one comes to us courtesy of WSVN.
Well, a brand new strain of the coronavirus is making the rounds, and you'll know that you have it when you hear one specific symptom. Craig Stevens is in the Newsplex with details. Craig.
Well, Lynn, of course, the test is what tells you for sure whether you have it, but there is something else. First, it was losing a sense of smell. Now it's a painful sore throat. Congestion, shortness of breath, fatigue, and now what's being called razor blade throat.
Everything hurts when you try to swallow it, including your own saliva and water. It's just really intense and painful in the throat area.
The latest COVID-19 variant, NB181 or Nimbus, is spreading in several parts of the country and is often characterized by a severe sore throat. Medical experts say the best way to protect against it hasn't changed.
Really good hand hygiene. Avoid being in an enclosed indoor space, with other people real tightly packed. Avoid that if you can. But you can't always do that. So if you're at high risk, you can certainly wear a mask to try to decrease transmission.
Doctors have found current boosters are still effective against Nimbus and say while immunization doesn't entirely prevent infection, it does protect against severe illness.
Risks of the vaccine are pretty low. It's really preventing those complications that are kind of more lasting and bigger.
For those who do get sick, doctors say it's essential to rest, eat well, and drink plenty of fluids.
Your over-the-counter pain relievers and anti-inflammatories can be really helpful. You want to get that pain down enough that you can eat and drink okay. You can do like throat lozenges and cough drops to sometimes soothe that pain in the throat a little bit, which can be helpful.
And experts say if you do have a persistent fever or your sore throat keeps you from hydrating, you should see a doctor right away. In the Plex, Craig Stevens, 7 News.
All right. Be careful out there, folks. Proper hygiene, mask up, especially when you're traveling. Mask up if you're going into crowded spaces and places. Yeah. All right. Next up, TikTok bans hashtag skinny talk, but content promoting unhealthy eating persists. I'm really confused about TT. TT, do you love me? Really? I'm wondering, because you strike down what is edifying, what is beneficial, what is uplifting. You give those things a hard time. But anything that is the opposite, you have no problem promoting. But anyway, let's take a listen to this one from NPR.
TikTok banned search results under the hashtag Skinny Talk after European regulators warned that the videos that came up under the search promoted unrealistic body images and extreme weight loss. But NPR's Katia Riddle reports eliminating harmful content isn't easy.
The hashtag may be gone, but social media still has no shortage of people spreading information on how to eat fewer calories and get very, very thin. This creator goes by The Skinny Millionaire. Her video recommends if you want to lose weight, hide how little you're eating.
That's what skinny people do. They always look like they're eating more than what they really are. They've unlocked the code, and I guess so have I.
To be clear, this is not a healthy way to lose weight. Research shows that engaging with unhealthy social media content is associated with an increased risk for disordered eating. Brooke Aaron Duffy studies social media and culture at Cornell University. She says social media platforms are capable of restricting content. Some of it is more extreme and easier to identify.
And then you have many kinds of content which are in the gray zones. And so their regulation is much more difficult.
It can be hard to disentangle nutrition and wellness, for example, from tips on unhealthy weight loss.
As soon as there is an attempt for platforms to regulate or thwart a hashtag, anyone using the platform is going to develop a workaround.
Some concerned creators are working on counter-programming, like this woman, Kate Glavin.
But a lot of creators that are explicitly promoting anorexia to their audience, which I'm guessing is young women, it pisses me the off. It's dangerous. It's misinformed as well. And that's what I want to talk about.
Glavin has almost 150,000 followers on TikTok.
Anorexia is the biggest mortality rate of any sort of mental disorder. It is a serious thing, okay? So take it seriously. Go eat a cookie and block these creators, okay? Love you guys.
But the body positivity movement just doesn't have the potency that hashtags like Skinny Talk do. Amanda Rafool researches public health and social media at the University of Toronto.
Negative images or images that are unrealistic or show really thin people or really muscular people tend to have a more lasting impact than body positive content does.
Rafool says these negative messages and unrealistic beauty standards are reinforced throughout society. That makes them stronger. And she says social media platforms boost this kind of content.
The way that they structure content and the way that they code algorithms to amplify certain types of messaging and even target certain types of messaging to specific users puts that information in the hands of more vulnerable people.
In response to an inquiry for the story, TikTok sent a statement stressing that the company does take safety measures, restricting content to underage users. The company also stressed that it makes sure content related to weight loss and extreme exercise is not viewed too often. But Amanda Rafool points out there's a lot of money being made on this content.
Every minute that we spend on these platforms is being monetized.
She says it will take lawmakers forcing change with legislation to really protect people from dangerous content. Until that happens, the best strategy to combat it, she says, is not to look at it at all. Katia Riddle, NPR News.
Algorithm. And I really worry about our children, like my daughter, and trying to promote positive body sensitivity, not shaming or things like that. But it's very difficult when that stuff is pushed out. And you remember TikTok was even talking about doom scrolling. They were going to promote ways to deal with it, and they're doing the opposite.
But here's the thing for me, Dr. Keisha. If you're going to have an issue with folks who are, and I don't promote being anorexic, right? I don't promote anorexia. I don't promote any behavior that could lead to that because that's really abnormal, in my opinion. However, you're going to strip that away, but allow me to be scrolling and seeing people who have no business sitting in front of 12 plates of food. You can't even hear what they're saying. I don't know how people watch that mess.
Oh, yeah, they even have lives on that.
But that is allowed. People just gorging and overindulging, and the ASMR, they sound gross as heck, sitting over these pots and plates and dishes and whatever of food spread out in front of them. My husband still loves me as big as I am. That is okay too. That's okay. But strike them all down. Because that, in my opinion, is promoting an unhealthy lifestyle. Also, we have two different, two extremes here. If you're going to take down people who are promoting being skinny, take down people promoting being obese. Point blank. But I know that would mean taking down certain people. And I get it. They have to be careful. Now it makes sense. Don't want to go after a certain individual who only eats the golden arches. I get it. Everything makes sense, right? My weird mind. Let us have balance. If you're going to take down those content creators or block that or have an issue with those who promote being skinny, take down the one that me no want to see it. I don't want to see any of it. I don't want to see it. Take it down. Because it's not fair to that. They can count the people who are promoting being skinny. Can't they file a lawsuit for discrimination? Isn't that a form of discrimination? That you're going to suppress them, but you're okay promoting folks who are on the obese side? I think that's discrimination. But at the end of the day, folks, this morning we had a good conversation about health and taking care of yourself, doing what's best for you, and that should be guided or led. First of all, first thing, you want to meet with your healthcare provider, know what your baselines are, get some blood work done, right? See what you need to do if you want to be healthier, right? It's not a cookie cutter thing, right? It's not like you're driving to some subdivisions and the houses look all the same, the matchbox approach. No, you want to meet with your healthcare provider, get a complete medical done, get some blood work done, know your baselines, and you and your healthcare provider work together to do what is best for you. Period. Point blank. You cannot rely on content creators with no formal training, no formal qualification to tell you exactly what you must do. Exercise common sense, all right? Somebody who's promoting anorexia, it's not, I don't recommend you listen to them, as well as someone promoting obesity. I would not recommend you listening to them. Find the balance. All right. Next up, screen addiction and suicidal behaviors are linked for teens, according to a study. This one from NPR. Let's take a listen.
This message comes from Subaru.
No, Subaru not PMA. Hold on. Doctor, with exercise, yes, we had a really in-depth conversation for about 35 minutes this morning, almost, talking about that. Yep. Knowing you need a personal trainer, absolutely.
Media and teen mental health. We often talk about screen time. A new study finds it's not how much time they spend on social media, but how addicted kids are that is tied to their mental health and suicide risk. NPR health correspondent Ritu Chatterjee has been covering this. Hi, Ritu.
Hi, Mary Louise.
So I do want to get into the findings in just a sec, but I am interested in how researchers figured this out. Would you describe how they conducted the study?
Yeah, so they used data on more than 4,000 kids from a really well-known long-term study called ABCD, or Adolescent Brain Cognitive Development Study. And it's been following these kids for several years, starting at ages 9 and 10. And researchers collected data on the kids' average, daily screen time, and they assessed their addiction to social media, smartphones, and video games using this standardized questionnaire. Here's Yunyu Xiao at Wild Weill Cornell Medicine. She's one of the authors of the new study that was published in JAMA. And she says, here are the kinds of statements in that questionnaire.
I cannot stop using my phone. I feel the need of using social media more and more. I feel like social media apps use it all the time so that I can forget about my problems.
So, Xiao and her colleagues then used the responses from the kids to sort of gauge how addicted they were to their devices and social media over 4 years of the study. And then they look for any link with mental health symptoms, especially thoughts and attempts of suicide that the kids and their parents reported over the course of the study.
And what did they find?
So by the time the kids turned 14, a surprisingly large proportion of the kids were highly addicted to social media, their smartphones, and video games. And it was the kids with high and growing levels of addiction that had that higher risk of saying that they had struggled with suicide thoughts, that made plans and even attempted.
Ritu, it's so striking. It's so sad. And
Yeah.
I can't help but wonder if part of the problem is that we, the adults trying to help teenagers navigate all this, so many of us are addicted to our phones too.
Absolutely. And, this is something that psychologist Mitch Prinstein at University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill brought up when I talked to him. And here's what he suggests.
I think one of the first steps is acknowledging the hard truth that it's not just kids that feel this way. And parents might need to acknowledge, sometimes it's hard for me too. So let's talk about what we can do as a family to support each other.
And the American Academy of Pediatrics suggests having a family media plan. One pediatrician I spoke with who specializes in adolescent screen time suggests having screen-free times, especially at bedtime, because it affects sleep and therefore mental health, and also during family meal times. So parents have that time for bonding and conversations and check in with their teens on what's happening in their lives online and offline. And that's good for teen mental health too.
And for grown-up mental health too. And Pierce Ritu Chatterjee. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
And if you or someone you know is struggling with thoughts of suicide, you can call or text the Suicide Crisis Lifeline 988.
Yeah. 9 years old? Why is a 9-year-old addicted to a device? Why? We don't have any structure in place for a 9-year-old? No, it's free for all. We give that to them because we can't be bothered. We give that to them because technology is the new babysitter. Yes, Ja. Yeah. Parents, can we start putting in parameters? But we have to set up schedules for our children. We have to, right? Even if they are, what's the term that you use? When they're at a certain age and they're allowed to be home by themselves, you have to put something in place. Have your devices set up where you can control when they're on the internet and when they're off. Do something, because a 9-year-old should not be addicted to a screen. Not a 10, not 11, not 12, not 13, not 14. Should not have those addictions. They need to be in bed by a certain time. They're Monday to Friday, Monday to Thursday, at least there has to be some structure. This is concerning. And yes, she said something. We, the adults, we got to check ourselves too, because they're watching us. They're paying attention to us. And they are just repeating the behavior. So are we ready to be honest with ourselves and see how our actions influence them and their behaviors and the way they think? We got to do we have to have a reality check with ourselves, folks. You can't say to a child, why you curse so much, or stop cursing. But while you're telling the child to stop cursing, you're cursing. If they're in an environment where that's all they hear, guess what? That's what they're going to soak up. They're going to repeat the behavior. So too with technology. If they notice that this is mommy or this is daddy, All day, all day, all day, non-stop. Guess what? That's what they're gonna do. We need to make some changes. So, number one, let us have honest conversations with ourselves. Let us see where we need to hold ourselves accountable. And then let us see what changes we can make. What can we implement to change? Make a change, right? And make it a group, make it a group project. Not you just saying to the child, put this down, put this down, put this down. But you know what? Let's all put it down together at a certain time. Let us spend instead of being on the device during the week, unless you're doing your homework or you're doing some review, let us play a board game. Let's go outside. Let's learn something new. How about us doing that? Is that possible? Any other recommendations? Anyone? Of how we can try to take control of the situation. Because a child being addicted to a device, being exposed to certain things that can lead to them possibly going down the road of unaliving themselves is a serious thing. It is a huge problem. Yeah. Let's preserve our children. All right, folks. If anyone has any suggestions, please, I do ask that you make them so that anyone listening can use that or pass it on to someone else or put it in the chat and I'll be happy to read it. 80, what kind of obsession is this that you have said someone? So latchkey kids, yeah. So 80 said here when we were talking about the previous article, not surprised at weird content. There is a guy whose only content is smelling people's gas infused chairs. And that's content. And people
TT is the only can be successful. Anybody. And then they think they can take that into the real world. Absolutely. I have seen everything on here.
No, sir. No, man. No. That can't be real. That can't be real. Thank you, Cindy. You content of a walking around and smelling people's gas infused chairs. No. Talking about that, TTs, a place where you see some things, Dr. Keisha. So, Dr. Sharon, yesterday I'm outside the club and I'm watching a particular mix-up show. And something very concerning leaped out at me. And concerning, because remember the conversation we had yesterday about the 5-year-old girl, right? And I don't know if it's the father or the stepfather, and the inappropriate things being said in her life, all right? So yesterday evening, I'm doing laundry and I'm listening to this particular content creator's mix-up show. And the woman that called in, she's recounting a story from, I guess, years ago, where the man she was dealing with or still dealing with, I don't know, but the man at the time, she got pregnant, right? So she went to the doctor, had the ultrasound done. So it is determined based on the ultrasound that she's having a daughter. She goes to the man who impregnated her and is telling the man that, oh, we're having a girl. So the man proceeds to ask her the complexion of the baby, But what was extremely concerning for me, and Una can tell me if I'm overthinking this, right? And I'm taking into consideration that based on the way she was speaking, that the man not have much up here so going on. You know how much common sense. Him not, yeah, him not right it. It's an older man, apparently. Him come out of some backwoods, I'm going to. We're not used to not exposed to anything. So I'm gonna chalk. I want to chalk it up to that. But this is what he said to her next. This is what the lady said. What the complexion the baby? And want know if the baby front I got good like fear on. I said, what the heck did I just hear? The child is in utero. Your child. Why are you going to say you wonder if the child's business is going to be good like the mother's business? Tell me if I'm reading too much into it. I just saw in top it kind of have much sense. I found it grossly inappropriate. Grossly inappropriate that a man would even think that. That's the first thing you would think of when you're being told about an ultrasound of your child that is in utero. Now I understand why we have the problems we have in society, in my humble opinion. Now I understand why we have the problems we have in society and why certain things are excused. I did not even hear her say to the moderator that I said to the man, what a tear asked me. She thought it hilarious. We have some serious psychological issues in our society. Serious psychological issues. That is gross. That is disgusting. We have to start. And women, I don't even know if it's set tone. I really don't know if it's set tone. Come to know which man I got impregnate me. Me can't tell them about the ultrasound, so we have one girl. And him I go want to know if the baby box I go good like my box. I done me done with you, right? That's so. Because what? What are you gonna do to your own child? No, sir. Something is wrong with our society. It's not a matter of starting it up, Ja, but it is something that evidently is the norm. I can't only say it's a norm.
So being ignorant has become a norm.
And that it because of that being normal for them, that's why we have the problems that we have today. Education is key, folks. Common sense trumps education, granted, because you have a lot of people who are educated who have no common sense. But
I don't even think it's perversion that is becoming the norm. I think that's the word you have to put on it.
I have to scroll away. I couldn't stay. I didn't think it was funny at all. I did not find that funny. Me personally, if I were the host, I would have called her out and said, whoa, you know, sister, something off with that conversation there. Those of us who are in certain positions, we need to use our platforms to educate, to uplift when appropriate, when it is the given time to do so. Certain things you have to nip it in the bud right away so it does not continue to fester. We can heal. If I were he, I would have said, lady, Something all right with that story there. This is what you should have done because that not sound right. And call out to your thousands of followers who are listening at the same time. Say, hey, and I saw you do this thing, and I saw it go. And this is where we're dropping the ball, Ja.
That's what I was mentioning yesterday in the space.
That is where we're dropping the ball.
Our social responsibility of putting the perversion out there.
Yeah.
And how it is put out there.
Yeah. Those of us who are in a position to help make a change, let us do so. If we are able to show people a better way to think, to speak, to act, let us do so. Let us do so. Next up, where is we? Let's keep it moving. Okay, coming up tomorrow in our Health and Science News segment, could ketamine on the NHS help treat severe depression? So that is coming up tomorrow in our Health and Science News segment, brought to you by LormelSkinFood.com. All right. Go ahead, Dr. Keisha. Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say that is very nice. The last episode I released on ketamine can be a powerful tool. We had a psychiatrist, a child psych. We were talking about that whole issue. So the first 10 minutes is about that.
Is it like minds thinking?
Maybe you can get a clip.
Yeah.
From that.
Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. So like minds, huh? What does it say? Great minds think alike. We won't say the other part of it. You know the rest of it, folks? Great minds think alike, but fools seldom differ. We'll just stop at great minds think alike. We'll just stop there. All right. So where is my thing? Where's my runner show? Here you go. All right. Come make we talk. Come on my veranda, make we talk. I got a little bit of time to spare, and then I gotta run. So, Mr. President, I don't know what your algorithm was feeding you, but Mr. President sent this one over to me.
If your husband says to you, I want you to stop going to that church, and the pastor says to you, I want to see you the next Sunday in church, what are you going to do?
I'm the wrong girl to ask that question because I don't put no pastor above my man.
Good.
I'm the wrong girl. You know, it's funny. I love that you asked that because I literally just had this conversation with my cousin. She recently got back in the church. She got baptized. And apparently her pastor had been telling them that there are certain things that they're not supposed to do, you know, in the bedroom with their husbands. That's against, you know, God, or it's not in the Bible. And I was like, are you serious?
Something like what?
Like certain sexual positions that they're not supposed to partake in with their husband.
Yes.
And I said, do you understand how crazy that is? Like once you are married and you join a man in like the union of marriage, the institution of marriage, your body doesn't belong to you anymore. And his body doesn't belong to him anymore. You submit to each other in that way. So I asked, I said, so if your husband were to tell you that you're not going to the church anymore, what would you do? And she was like, what? He can't tell me that. And I was like, okay, let's say he did. Let's just pretend that he did. What would you do? She said, I would leave him. And all I could do was laugh just to see how brainwashed that people are, how religion and pastors, these brainwash, particularly women. So you're going to submit to your pastor before you submit to the man that you chose to be the head of your household. So I'm the wrong girl for that question. No, that's crazy.
If your husband,
I'm the right girl for that question because I'm gonna tell that pastor where he can go. Doesn't it say that the marriage bed is undefiled? Doesn't it say that? Sent it to you on TikTok, Ja. Which pastor can't tell me what me can do in my bedroom? Who you talking to? Set up a camera in your bedroom and me see what you doing in your bedroom. How about that? Let me see what you doing. Better me come over, come watch what you doing. Let me make sure I'm getting it right. Whatever you do, then I'll do. Get out of here with that madness.
There's no need for that. There's only farms.
Yes, she is right. A lot of women are allowing, and I didn't say all, a lot of women are allowing pastors to ruin their relationships, ruin families. There are persons who pastors have told them because the child acting up to put out the child and then turn around put out the child, but pastor Pitney are the worst and pastor now put out for him Pitney. There are pastors who tell members of their congregation to get rid of televisions, then get rid of the TV, but pastor have TV at him yard. You're in a 3-part relationship. You, your partner, and God. That's it. It's not you, the pastor, and God. Everything on a run go tell pastor about on a marriage. Every single thing on a create entertainment for the pastors. Who themselves confused. That's so Can you imagine the pastor gonna tell me what position I can engage in with my husband? You know what? Next. Is it stealing if your wife secretively takes money and puts it aside?
A man who goes to work every day and provides for his woman, right? He trusts his woman so much that he allows her access to the bank account. What he does, to handle the financial whatever, right? So what this woman now does is she goes and she takes out a little bit at a time. So the gentleman who was speaking on the topic said that it's considered stealing. So in your perspective, what do you consider that? Like, would it be stealing if she did take a little by little, like secretively?
Why would she be taking the money secretively?
Honestly, to make sure that she has a backup plan, probably, to make sure that
we are officially wrong right there. The backup plan for your what if you and your why is that a mentality? Like I'm almost lost because it's such a wild mentality. Why do you have a backup plan for plan A? Like, if this is your man and this is what it was supposed to be happening, why are you sneaking off 200, 500, 700 and putting to the side just in case shit don't work out?
A man who goes to work every day.
All right. What are your thoughts on this one? In the chat, Kennedy says, man, that is smart. And if there's an emergency, it can always be used for that too. Okay. All right. Any other thoughts on that?
Obviously, context matters. It depends. It's a tricky one at the same time because you have to understand the mindset of the woman in order to make that call. So it's a catch-22 situation.
All right. Anybody else?
I think women have done. I think women have done that for ages, and it's not specifically thinking that something is going to happen to the marriage, but I think as women, we always think about what can happen. May it be in your current relationship, or if something happens and you're not there. I think women always put money to the side. Now, whether they tell their significant other, that is, for me, what this man may be asking. Are you keeping it a secret? Or does your man know that you're putting money to the side? I yield.
All right. Thank you, Jack. Go ahead, Mr. President.
it specifically said in the clip, if I am not mistaken, that she's putting it aside in case the marriage don't work out. Now, I could understand you're the woman, you're managing the money, and you're putting some money aside in case things get hard, in case of ups and downs, whatever. Most women do that. I have no problem. But if you're putting it aside specifically with the intent of, you know what, this marriage may not work out, so I think that's a different conversation to be had. Because the fact that every week, you're catering for the marriage not working out, even from a psychological perspective. I'm not a doctor, but I believe that would have an impact on you. You understand? If you have a personal allowance, because some women that is stay at home has a personal allowance that is a discretionary fund that is given to them to do whatever they have to do. Because you don't want to, sometimes don't want to be going to your husband for everything, even if he's the provider and you're a stay-at-home mom, right? If you're using your discretionary funds and you're putting it aside in a personal account just in case, that is something different. So I say in the context, as Adosaji says, is important, but use just there, because I've had a case where this woman was putting aside money from the money the guy was given. He got in trouble, and she had a problem helping him get back on his feet when he was the one carrying the home and providing the money for her to put aside in the special account that he didn't know about. And she had a lot of money compared to what was required to make things right. And she decided it is her money and it has nothing to do with him. No, that is evil.
All right. Thank you, Mr. President. Hey, Think, Believe, Achieve. Go ahead, Dr. Sharon.
So, you know what? I can't relate. I can't relate, but I can tell you that with my parents, like my mom stayed home. There are 4 of us, 4 kids. Me, my sister, 2 brothers. My mom didn't go to work until my last brother maybe was in kindergarten, went to school, right? So she was home with us for probably like the first 10, maybe 10, almost 15 years of their marriage, right? And my dad was the primary, he was the head of the household, but her name was on everything. She had access to everything. And she didn't have to do that. So I think it depends certainly on the marriage. And if you are at that point where you think you have to put away just in case the marriage does not work out, maybe you need to reevaluate your marriage, right? And that's why for me personally, I always believe in education and a woman's education. And education doesn't mean you can't stay home with your kids.
Right.
And education means that you have the means and know-how that in the event something happens, you're able to carry on. Because I'll tell you a quick story. I had a friend of mine. They actually had worked for HP Hewlett Packard in the Bay Area, and they were engineers. They made good money. One guy, he had got married. He had 3 kids with his wife. She stayed home. She take care of the household. Beautiful family. Then one day he was unalived in a motorcycle accident. So where do you go from there? No education. You got 3 kids to take care of, a mortgage. Yes, he left life insurance, but that's not. You have 3 young kids under 5 years old. So what do you do? Right? Like what do you do?
Yeah.
It's just kind of a hard place for a woman to be. So for me, I'm always thinking in my head, a woman needed education. You need to be able to stand on your own 2 feet. You need to be able to walk away, do something different. And it's just, you know, so I mean, I understand why that person has done that, but if you're doing that, you need to reevaluate your marriage. Yield.
Thank
Yes,
you.
Dr. Sharon, just to highlight the point you made, as I said in my submission, you putting aside the money is not a problem. Most women do that. As a matter of fact, it probably is expected of a woman. You give them a certain amount of money, even if they're taking care of the home, it's enough to put aside. They would have some fund that you probably never hear about. In the case of emergency, in the case of something like what you said happened. But if somebody is taking it out with the sole intent to that the marriage wouldn't work out, as you said, it's time to reevaluate stuff. And yes, true, everybody should have a means, the woman should have a means of carrying on after, even if she's well provided for. So it is expected a woman would put aside money. There you go.
Interesting. Any other take on it, on this one? Let me just play this one more time.
Right? He trusts his woman so much that a man who goes to work every day and provides for his woman, right? He trusts his woman so much that he allows her access to the bank account. What he does, to handle the financial whatever, right? So what this woman now does is she goes and she takes out a little bit at a time. So the gentleman who was speaking on the topic said that it's considered stealing. So in your perspective, what do you consider that? Like, would it be stealing?
All right, let me stop it right there for a second.
She had access to the financial.
He trusted her, gave her access to his bank account. He trusts. In other words, what I'm hearing, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, Mr. President, what I'm hearing is you have access to do what is necessary. You can take care of yourself, take care of the family, right? You're taking care of us. I trust you. But she broke his trust, in my opinion. The fact that I consider that if she has to sneak out and put to the side, I consider that stealing. Why can't I say to my husband, hey, I'm gonna, you know, I know you gave me free access. I'm gonna take this amount for myself weekly to take care of myself. And if he said, yeah, sure, go ahead, then I can decide whether I want to set up a little savings out of that, and you know, with just me on it. But to go behind his back, steal the money, not let him know that, you know, you're taking this money to stash it aside for whatever reason, but the fact that you're taking it and he doesn't know, I think that's stealing. That's me personally. I don't know. You trust me. You finally gave me access. Go ahead.
If I can.
Yeah, man. TVA, go right ahead.
Yeah. All right. So this is there are many perspectives and factors to consider here. And there are many people who would have different arguments that they throw in here. So for example, one side would say, well, if they're married, isn't it theirs? And if they are married, why should it be a case where he trusts her? By marrying her, that was essentially a display of trust. And it shouldn't be, oh, I trust you with our money and so forth. You understand? So there's that argument. And if people essentially stand on the platform of what that argument implies, they're essentially saying she's entitled to it. And just as how he is able to, when he goes on the road, buy himself, for example, a new phone or a new computer or a new car, that is him consciously making a decision of what to do with the money without consulting. Where is her ability to do that? Considering the fact that she's also playing a part. She may not be earning, but she is essentially making it possible for him to earn. If he had to be tending to the kids all the time, his earning potential would be impacted. So technically, she's taking her own salary. One could look at it that way. However, yes, because they are one, a lot of these things need to be discussed. What her with her taking like that, it means that she's doing something without
Where's TBA? I lost him there for a second. He's probably getting a call.
communicating the intent. Doing things without communicating the intent, that's just the
TBA, you getting a call? Sound like you're getting.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. The intent.
Hello?
Yeah, man, we can hear you. We're hearing. He's probably not hearing us.
Yeah.
All right.
It's just the deeper problem that needs to be addressed.
All right. Communication is what I'm hearing you say. You're going in and out. But what I'm hearing is communication, and certain things need to be established from the beginning of how things are going to be handled. For me, so let me back up. My husband and I, we have joint accounts. That's what we have. We communicate. We heads up. This is what's gonna, something needs to be purchased that is out of the norm. Groceries the norm. The bills are the norm, right? But anything out of the norm, an expense, a new phone. I'm not just gonna get up and go get a new phone. No, that is something that we have to have a conversation about, right? I'm me personally, I'm not gonna just let me take off something and put to the side. He is aware that there is a savings for us, and that he is aware of what comes out and goes into that savings for us. If I am going to withhold information from him, what is my intent? And yeah, every man, every woman should have a little stash, and men do rely on women having a stash. There are a lot of men who say, boy, I'm glad my wife have a little stash enough for emergency because I not have to worry. If something happens, she have a stash that we can depend on. To me, it's all about communication. If you have to hide and take the money, scrape off little, I think it's stealing. And there's an issue, there's a deeper issue in that relationship. That's how I feel. And to each their own.
Right. Agree 100%. The other thing is that one of the least discussed topics that people put a priority on is finances. Everybody has different perspective on finance. Some people are very conservative when it comes down to finance. Some people are very impulsive when it comes down to finance. And if we were to put that as two ends of the spectrum, there are people who fall anywhere in between. There are people who are very conservative, but if they're traveling to Jamaica all of a sudden, they're okay spending a lot on things that they probably wouldn't have spent on the normal. And again, when you have someone so impulsive and able to argue their justification for spending, you have a case where one person will be saving a lot, and that money will be going to the impulsive person who just knows how to say, hey, this is why I need it, and so forth. You have a lot of people who are also non-confrontational, and they'll just sit by, want stuff, avoid it because of their conservative nature and not get it, while the other person who is impulsive will basically pursue that. Now, how does one engage in that conversation to say, hey, I admit that I'm this type of person, or I admit that I'm that type of person? How are we going to find a middle ground where essentially we're not taking advantage of each other? You understand? Because stuff like that, especially when it's not communicated, fester into something bigger, and then you have a bigger issue. And that's when you find that people start either hiding money because they feel like they're saving, but they're not seeing it, so they have to put it somewhere else where it won't be attacked, or they don't get access to enough, so they have to be hiding. You understand? So some of those core discussions, once they don't happen, they leave room for some of those scenarios.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. Think, believe, and achieve. Love your spaces, by the way. Very calming, very calming. Love them. All right, so folks, we talk about
Blessings.
finances.
Thank you.
We talk about finances, or we used to talk about finances on our late night show that we're going to be bringing back Days After Dark. The foundations, the building blocks of relationships, right? You'll hear me refer to them a lot: communication, love, intimacy, friendship, and finance. On one episode of Days After Dark, we spoke about going on a money date. Yes, a money date. Money dates, you need to do that before you decide. So you're not gonna even live together. Because you need to have an understanding of how each of you respects money. Yeah, you better respect money. If you don't respect money, you're not gonna have any type of success, right? There are a lot of people, believe it or not, who make millions of dollars and they are broke. Yet a person will make a couple hundreds of dollars and come out very well to do. It's all about managing, and that comes through learning to respect money. So let us talk a little bit about a money date. It's a time that you schedule, that individuals or couples schedule to discuss and plan finances together. You dedicate that time. You review the finances, you set goals, and you align on financial priorities. So, for couples, a money date. It facilitates open communication about money. It provides a structured opportunity to discuss spending habits, financial goals, and concerns in a comfortable and focused setting. There it is. Concerns. You can bring up your concerns there. Not that you're going into a relationship, expecting it to end, but you have to talk about the what ifs. What happens if you lose your job? What happens if you fall ill? What happens if, God forbid, you are taken from this earth? The concerns. What happens if the relationship is irretrievably broken? Concerns. Those things must come into the conversation. Why do we avoid them? I don't know. But they're necessary conversations. So again, facilitating an open communication about money is important. It provides a structured opportunity to discuss spending habits. Yes. Some of us are impulsive shoppers. Some of us calculate before we spend. And you're going to find that in relationships. One, a little more frivolous, the other, not so much. But you have to have the conversation so you understand how each person operates, right? So you discuss your spending habits, financial goals. You have to have some financial goals as a couple. Otherwise, you're just on a hamster's wheel, spinning and spinning and spinning and spinning. You have to set goals. What do we want to accomplish in 5 years, 10 years, 15 years? Retirement. Do we want to own a home or do we want to continue renting? Do we want to invest in real estate or do we want to start a business? There has to be some type of goal setting when we talk about finances. How to acquire, what we're going to do with the acquisitions, so on and so forth. All right. And you express your concerns and you want to do it in a comfortable focus setting. It may mean getting out of the home, go sit somewhere else, right? And if you have a space in your home, probably not the bedroom, probably sit down at the dining table or the kitchen counter or in your living room, but have the conversation. It is necessary. It also helps to build financial intimacy. What is that? Regularly talking about money can strengthen the bond between partners and foster a sense of shared responsibility for your financial well-being. Let's go over that again. Regularly talking about money strengthens the bond between partners and fosters a sense of shared responsibility for their financial well-being. Money, you should be able to talk about it just like you talk about anything else in your relationship. not shy away from the conversation. Not at all. You need money to survive, right? We all need money. Have healthy conversations about it. Are we okay? Have a check in. Helps align on financial goals. It allows couples to identify shared financial goals, such as having a down payment on a house, paying off debt, or planning for retirement. You have to be working in tandem. Set these goals. You want to own a home? What price point are we looking at? You look at your salaries, look at your income, you see what it is that you both can afford to set aside out of the income to work toward this goal. Yes, you may have to make some changes in your overall budget, may have to make some sacrifices to realize that particular financial goal. Even for going on vacation, how much is it that we would like to spend? You must have a budget, right? You have to. So you sit down together and you plan that financial goal. We know, okay, 2026 summer, we're going to South Africa. What's the cost? What is it going to cost us? And we put a plan together. It's a financial goal. All right. You were going to say something, TDA? Go
Yes,
ahead before I
yes,
move
yes,
on.
yes. One more angle that I think we should throw in here. The impact of external influences on finances when people on the outside, for example, from either party, either the wife's family members or friends or the husband family member, whenever they need financial support, and then the conversation does not happen between the spouses, and then that essentially has also the potential for creating issues.
I'm glad you brought that up. That is so true. That is so true. And we're going to get to that. So you set a time aside so you can talk about your financial goals together, folks. You both can, and nothing is wrong with having separate financial goals now, but make each other aware, because guess what? You can be each other's motivator. You can encourage each other. So how are you doing on that goal of yours that you had? Right? Next, prevents financial misunderstandings. By discussing finances regularly, couples can avoid potential conflicts and misunderstandings related to money. And no, this is where what you said comes in, TBA. So we have a plan, right? I know how much you make. You know how much I make. We have a thing written down that we're sticking to. This is what goes here. But hold on a second. Something off here. Something is off here. Something not balancing. Babes, we're off $200. Oh, boy, you want to say XYZ ask me for the $200. Huh? Huh? And you not say nothing to me? We didn't have this discussion. We didn't come to an agreement to see if we can actually afford this $200. What if the timing wasn't off? What if there was something else that we needed, another obligation that we had, but by your giving X party the $200 without saying something, without us discussing it, possibly quite possibly saying to them, listen, can't give you the 200 enough, but I can give you 100, or we can afford to give you 100. No conversation had. You put a dent in our situation because no consultation, no conversation. That can cause friction, unnecessary friction. That can cause tension unnecessarily. Right? It is important. Oh, by the way, folks, do not lend what you cannot afford to lose. Let me say that again. Do not lend what you cannot afford to lose. Just want to put that out there. A lot of misunderstandings can be prevented in relationships if we have open, honest, and we come back to the building block number 1, communication. We have to have open, honest communication for the relationship to work in every facet. And money is something that is to be talked about. I quite frankly think It is something you talk about while you're dating. Get an idea of how one sees money, how they see your money, how they see their own money, how much emphasis do they put on money. There are a lot of things you can tell in, but as I've said before, we are often distracted and we don't pay attention to certain things. If you know that you're going into a relationship and there is some hesitancy when we talk about finances, I think we had a conversation, was it this week? Prenup, postnup, allnup. And I know, me personally, it can be a little sensitive because you don't want the other party to feel that, oh, this is an exit strategy. But if you believe that you have to have an exit strategy in place, put the prenup forward. It's a just in case. It's a just in case. But if you have, as me, quite frankly, going back to that video, that's stealing. That's my humble opinion. And she's doing it because both parties did not have open, honest communication from the get-go. They did not lay all the cards on the table at the beginning of the relationship. They did not have money dates to find out how one feels about money. They did not have a plan for financial goals at all, a conversation around financial goals. And let me be fair, a conversation could have been had, but some of us tend to be own way. We have that saying in Jamaica, them own way, you see, like for them own a thing. And so we do our own thing, not recognizing that by going behind our partner's back and skimming and hiding. Here's a funny thing. Friends know about the secret account. Family know about secret account, but the man you sleep with, that you sleep comfortably in his arms, we don't know about the secret account. I think honesty is key in a relationship. If a relationship is going to work, there has to be honesty. And that stems from communication. All right? You have those conversations, folks. Make sure you're aligned. Dr. Sharon, you used the word this week, being unequally yoked. And it does, just that term does not only relate to how you think from a religious perspective, one being Christian, one being non-Christian, one being Christian, one being Muslim. No. It's in everything. Are you equally yoked in your thoughts and your plans with your partner? Any comments?
Yeah, that's a pretty big one. Yeah, unequally, especially when you're looking at it from all perspectives. Yes, unequally yoke also applies to your own ideas on things. How do you view things, and identifying how the differing views have its impact throughout the relationship.
Yeah. We have to face reality, folks. It's not all rose petals and butterflies. No, there's a serious aspect to every relationship. All right? So do not avoid discussing money with your partner. If you've never had a money date with your partner before, schedule one. I encourage you to schedule one.
Yeah, so here's the thing though now. While it is important to have those discussions, we also have to prepare for when those discussions reveal things that we're not comfortable with. You understand? And then what is the way forward? Does it mean that it is not something we can find a compromise on? Or is it a case where it reveals that both of us need to mature in this area what does it mean and how to handle it. And sometimes it's important to get a third party professional in to kind of help create a roadmap for you guys if there's hope and if it's not a deal breaker. Because a lot of times trying to tackle some of these on our own and trying to get to a middle ground on our own, we end up essentially botching things, and it essentially creates and perpetuates the problem.
Mm-hmm. Interesting you said that, because according to Hyper Jar, initially it might feel awkward as conversations about finance can trigger conflict. But if you're both open and honest about where you are and where you want to be, then you can work as a team and make your relationship stronger. Yes, folks. Awkward. I get it. And yes, it can trigger conflicts, but that's what you just mentioned, bringing in a third party can help when we talk about triggering conflict. Hold on 1 second. Where's that? Yeah. Right. So you can't avoid it, because avoiding it is marital suicide, for the want of a better term. All right. At some point, things are going to explode. Oh, I thought I heard a mic open. So set your date, folks. Set your date. Choose a topic that you want to talk about on your money date. Choose a topic. You don't have to conquer everything all at once. Get comfortable if you've never gone on a money date with your partner. Ease into it. Find the simplest thing to talk about. I don't know what is simple for you, right? So I'm not going to tell you what is simple, but you should know what you find easiest. Let your partner say to your partner, hey, let's go on a money date. What is one thing you want to talk about? And then you have your thing that you can talk, that you want to talk about. And you talk about those two things. Make your notes. And whatever plan you come up with, stick to that plan. But also keep room for change. You want to make room for change, right? Because a lot of things sound great when we initially propose them and we write them down. But then something happens and we have to make alterations, right? So make accommodation for amendments within whatever plans you guys have. All right. Make sure it's productive, folks. Make sure it is productive. Do it like a meeting. Seriously. Do a recap so that you're both on the same page as you walk away from that money date. You want to be on the same page. No tiptoeing around anything. Be as specific, as clear as day. Whatever you're saying, say it. If you're not understanding what your partner is saying, ask for clarity. All right? Don't walk away with any misconceptions. So Alexia says here, oh, Dr. Sherwood, no. And so the man you snore next to. Lord of mercy. Yeah, it's true. We'll trust the man when everything is over now. Trust him with the money. You would trust the woman but you're not trust her with the money. Anyway. Alexa says the date should happen long before the I do. Absolutely. Absolutely. Hey, you know when you can find out a lot, Alexa, when you're planning the I do. When you are planning the I do is when that right there is a test of how y'all are going to survive. Just a little test. If you're planning a wedding, have a budget, folks. Have a budget. Especially if you're the ones paying for the wedding. Have a budget. If it's 100 guests, thank you. If it's 100 guests, it's 100 guests. You know, so you cannot afford 101. Know what you can afford, right? Be mindful too that after you say I do, you have expenses that you're gonna have to face, right? A lot of people have these exorbitant weddings, everybody trying to outdo the other person for likes. Be realistic. No, a little tip: do what you can as much as you can. Whatever you can do for yourself, do it. That's a great bonding time, right? Activity, I should say, a bonding activity between you and your partner. That's when you bring all your friends and say, come, let's see if we can make this, and that together for the wedding. Cut your costs, because trust me, life happens after the wedding. We've heard so many stories about that. Just the expenses alone that you're going to have to face. Go ahead.
I'll just elope.
Hold on, Alexia. Hold on. So TBA, Dr. Sharon, Alexia, let's go up. Start at the bottom and go to the top. Go ahead, TBA. Oh, sorry. Me confused. Who? Mrs. Somebody, man.
It's Dr. Sharon.
Dr. Sharon. Okay, so Dr. Sharon, then who next? All right, go ahead, Dr. Sharon. My apologies. Go ahead.
I'm just saying that I will just elope. That's it. They have elopement packages. That's what I'll do.
Cheaper.
Yeah.
Ain't cheaper.
Yep. No, I've had friends who spent $100,000 on their weddings and stuff like that. So
yeah.
I'll elope.
My first marriage, my parents took care of that, and Lord knows y'all don't want to know that, Bill. My second marriage, courthouse, $50, best $50 ever spent in life. Best $50 ever spent. The amount of money that they spent on the first wedding. Lord, you know, me could I do that the money then now. Yeah. Go ahead, TVA. You're up next, and then Alexia.
No, I think it was, I said, Minano. Is that the name of that?
It's Alexia. It's Alexia. Yeah, me don't know. So if you hear me say Alexia, it's me don't know. But she said she'll go last, so go right ahead.
Oh yeah, no, I didn't have any additional points from the last one.
Okay. Got it. All right, let's see. Come
I was
true.
saying that we hear talking. Are you hearing me?
Yeah, man, loud and clear.
So it put me in mind of two family members I have, an uncle and an auntie. When my uncle first introduced us to his girlfriend, then majority of the family was like, this not gonna work. That's a backside. And the thing is, my uncle was somebody who worked really hard, but you couldn't see money. Like you had no idea what he spent his money in. Like, yeah, like brother, where your money go? And the thing is, his wife, she is the person who made her see his money. Like, granted, she never went to high school. Okay, dropped out of primary school, but she knew how to budget. And in no time, we could see her value in the relationship. Like when you talk about what you bring to the table, we saw what she brought to the table, right? Good afternoon. And when they decided to get married, he wanted a wedding, right? She was like, brother, no, we'll go to RGD. She's like, no, we'll go to RGD. And we're gonna get married this so. Then we're gonna come down and go to Richmond and stand up on the people in land and take 2 pictures. Then we'll go home, go make some curry chicken and white rice. That's what we're gonna do. And that's what they did. 2 years later, they have a house that they don't owe NHT for. A daughter that's going to college that they're paying out of pocket for. They're not in debt because of this woman that all of us, and I'm going to include myself, all of us doubted her.
Why did you doubt her?
It was I'm going to be very honest. Back then, I did not have the wisdom of don't judge the book by its cover. I didn't go through some life wisdom and changes to learn not to judge the book by the cover. I literally used to judge people by their academia, like how you present yourself, your intellect. That's how I used to judge people. And as I told you, she's a dropout. She's a serious dropout, right? But I learned in time that different people have different offerings. And you have to, everybody has a value. Everybody has a value, and you have to appreciate that value. You can't expect that Simone, Stephanie, and Cherry are gonna be the same people. Each individual person has their value, and you have to see that value and appreciate it. Right? So for me, she was very rough around the edges, as rough as you can be. But no, there are people who are be like, yo, you know, see how T run. No one be like T man, and I'm like, if only you knew where she was coming from. Not to degrade anything about her, but just to have been a part of the journey to see the rough and tumble became smooth and refined. And I so appreciated the fact of that for her. And whenever I would talk to her daughter or her son, I would say, listen, nobody look to social media for any role models. Look to your mother. Look to your father. If you can know their story and appreciate it, you can pick a lesson out of it. I have another auntie, spent thousands on a wedding, and maybe 10, 12 years later, they divorce, but still living together very happily. Don't ask me why. Don't ask me why. It just, and we appreciate that. We appreciate that, you know? So there it goes. Sometimes the unequal, we start out unequal. If we start out, you know, but if you're willing to take a chance, it can level up. I'm going to be that way. Sometimes.
Yeah, that is the key. That is the key, the willingness.
Sometimes it works out where they level, they come on the same page. They complement each other after a while, they balance each other out. Because you as an individual have to be like, do I want to take this chance? Is this person able to adapt? Are they able to evolve to their highest point? You know? Yeah, ideal.
All right. Thank you, Alexia. Thank you for that. There are many relationships like that, Alexia, where I think society has well, I'm tell the society, you know, and the architects of societal standards and expectations. Society has done a number on us, right? It has caused many of us a lot of unhappiness. It has robbed many of us of the joy of being in fruitful relationships, right? Because we are quick to judge someone. Okay, so the person never got to college, but they may be the smartest person ever. And the best thing ever to happen to you, they can make you multiply. In the comments, that's our comment. Sati said, Herbert. So funny, I'm saying the name Herbert. That was my dad's name, or that is my dad's name, even though he's no longer with us, but that's my dad's name, Herbert. God give all his children different gifts in life. Absolutely. So my talents are not necessarily don't necessarily have to be validated by qualifications. Yeah. Mhm. Yeah. He saw something in her, Alexia. And he saw the very thing that she did in her. And I'm sure they had conversation. I'm sure they spoke about, boy, I would love to do this, would love to do that. And they were in sync, so they were equally yoked. Yeah, because they're of the same mindset. They were thinking on the same wavelength. He knew his strengths and his areas of opportunity. He also knew her strengths and areas of opportunity, and vice versa. For her, the same. And they made a decision that they're going to work together. All right, babes, you see, you know how to angle the money thing. You know how to make a dollar stretch. You know how to cut and carve. You know how to stay on crooked and cut straight. You know how to make it. So guess what? You handle that. We go out there and bust it. So that is being equally yoked of like minds. They working together. Right? Boxer moms. Oh, Javed says, yes, the willingness to adjust your thoughts or your way of being. Boxer mom says, yes, that's so true because everyone can bring their talent. We need each of them to be successful. And remember, folks, success differs for each person and each couple.
Yeah. And if I were to just add one, I mean, it is essentially reinforcing what you just shared. Relationships, I'm not going to say marriage, but because it covers relationships in general. Relationship is a team effort. Relationships are stronger when everybody is better team players. If you're a better skills person and your focus is on the skill but not on the ability to work or to fit into a team, you are going to struggle. You could put two people together who are financially sound and have all the accreditations that they need for success. If they lack or if they're weak in the ability to work as a team, they are not gonna strive as well as someone who has no credentials, no accreditations, but have strength in working as a team.
Absolutely. Thank you. Absolutely. AT put a book here, the name of a book, The Psychology of Money by Morgan Housel. The Psychology of Money. He's recommending that we read that book. Thank you, AT. Boxer Mom says, yes, that's so true because everyone can bring it. Okay, read that already. Exactly. I don't understand why we don't want to help to college and they could be the ones for okay. Oh, you read it last month, John? Teamwork, folks.
Yeah, I
Teamwork.
think I told y'all about it.
You think
That
so?
everyone should read it.
You know
Yeah.
you did. You have to take time with the old lady, yeah.
If it wasn't last month, it was the month before.
Yeah. We can have a healthy relationship with money, folks. As individuals and as couples. Right? And before, if you're not in a relationship, but you're desirous of being in one, make sure you have a healthy relationship with money. When you meet someone, make sure they have a healthy relationship with money as well. So that you can be more effective together. And again,
Right.
remember.
And if we were to
Go ahead.
sorry, I
Go
don't
ahead.
mean
No,
to
man.
cut you.
No. Go ahead.
And if we were to even have a sort of definition for what healthy with money is, it boils down to one. I think we can boil it down to one thing: being able or being comfortable with staying within your means, and then if you need more, grow the means first, so you're always within your means.
That part. It's always better to live below your means. Go ahead, Ja.
And as I always say, Know the difference between a need and a want.
Ladies, since I have you first, Jack. Ladies, nails, need or want?
I want it. I want it.
They're a want. They're not a need.
Nope.
So my pedicure is considered a need, but it's once a month and it's part of my self-care. And it's a need for me, so I budget for it. My massage is a need for me. I have to massage out all these bumps and bruises. So it's part of my budget for once a month. My nails, neither. Unless I have something special coming up, then, eating out every day. That's not a need nor a want for me because I bring my own food. I don't need to eat out every day. There's a lot of things that I differentiate. A new pair of shoes, like when I'm going out, every time we go out, we say we want a new pair of shoes. We want a new that's more a want than a need. I'm actually getting used to re-wearing the same clothes.
Shopping in your closet?
Shopping in my closet, I had this thing where I had this black dress. I said, I'm going to wear this black dress to every function for a year, and I'm going to post it, the same black dress.
Mixing and matching is the way to go, folks. Mix and match. You have to, we have to know our needs from our wants. And let me tell you something. Something I learned from someone of means. Them said the way they were able to have their money after retiring was they lived like they were broke. Not because they had all this money coming in, they were going to be living this lavish lifestyle. Because you see, when you slow down and the money not coming in like it used to, reality set in. Now they have retired and they're able to travel the world. Peace of mind. They prepared for that. And they say, even though them still have it, they put themselves on a budget. They put themselves on a budget. You see, a lot of times we see people and we say, oh, they're wealthy, oh, them have money, oh, them have this or that. And we don't know what them do. And then we're trying to emulate that life, right? Because we see them shopping here, we want to go there. We see them driving this, we want to drive that. We see them living here, we want to live there. We see them traveling there, we want to travel there. We don't know how them make it happen, but we want it, and we exhaust ourselves and exhaust our partners trying to keep up with someone else's lifestyle. You have to make your financial situation work for you, or work for you and your partner. Hey, Boxer Mom, right? You have to, folks. Money dates are important. Have conversation about your money. Do you know a need separate from a want? And I like how you broke it down for your situation.
I was actually sitting on my couch this weekend and I was looking at my curtains and I was like, man, them curtains been up there for a long time. I should buy some new ones. So I went to Amazon, getting ready to buy the curtains. And then I asked myself, is that a real need? No, it's not.
Torn?
No.
Okay.
They're torn. They don't have no dust in them because I vacuum them all the time.
Okay.
I had to ask myself, is that a need or a want? And if it's a want, do I have the cash to afford it this month over other things? let's just say it's just still sitting in my want list in Amazon right now.
So you have
Hi.
that conversation with yourself. Hey, Boxer Mom, how are you doing?
Okay, how are you?
We're well, thank you.
I love the conversation. I always love coming here because I get like everything I need. I like to know outside of our country, you know, stuff that goes on.
Yeah.
And you're like my BBC. That's what I told my husband the other day.
You come to me
But,
for your BBC, and then you go to Dr. Sharon and Dr. Keisha for your health news.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You know, getting the information we need, not the other stuff.
Not the other stuff you don't want. I get it.
All right. I was gonna say when y'all were talking about your closet, so you know, I get ready for school and all that. You know, I pick some clothes, and then I would tell my mom I need some new clothes or what have you. So mom went, which, you know, they got us new clothes and stuff like that. But she says, you got a whole lot of stuff in your closet you haven't worn. So one day she went while I was at school to the back of the closet and moved those clothes to the front of the closet. And then I wore them because they were right there. So I think sometimes we forget that.
I'm glad you said that, Boxer Mom, because us women in particular, and I'm putting myself in the same pool with us, with all of us, right?
Yeah.
A lot of times we like to say, "Oh, I have nothing to wear." The closet is filled with clothing, filled with shoes, and we're going out, we're invited out. Oh, I have nothing to wear, and our default is to the mall, right? Let's
Yeah.
go shopping. When all we had to do was go in the closet, look for something we had not worn before or worn it to that particular location that we're going to. We need to learn to change it up, mix and match, folks. And by the way, who are we impressing? So what if you have seen me in these jeans 52 times for the year already? Guess what? Get ready to see me a 53rd time.
Have you seen that or read that book that's called Let Them Theory?
No.
I think with Mel Robbins is her name. And I've been reading it, just started actually reading it. And basically it's like, let them take all that stress off of you about worrying, in other words, about, you know, all these other things, because it doesn't matter.
Right.
You know, and being able to let that go, you know, it's a good book, but I mean, it's like for life, for the whole everything, like positivity, just ways to, you know, really change your way of thinking, where you're always more, which I try to always be more appreciative than what we are, because we are very privileged being in this country, because I think we all have done it. Now, I don't do it anymore, but I used to, would leave the water running when I would brush my teeth.
Mm-hmm.
Stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? I think a lot of people take that for granted, because we could turn that on and let it run all day and then turn it off, where other people don't have that opportunity. So I think we miss out a lot on actually how blessed we really are.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And then I could say one more thing. My husband's grandparents were had to hide out with the H guy. They lost everything. They lost 13 brothers and sisters, etc.
Mm-hmm.
And anyhow, so in Holland, they would give them money. Like they could go get a new coat, whatever they need, right? You got a certain amount. Kind of because of what they went through is what it was for. But Oma and Opa didn't take advantage of that. They had like 2 coats apiece for years. And we're like, you know, you need a new coat. Like I would have already bought some new, but not them. And so I try to think about that. You know what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, you're mindful of what you do because you also think about life before. Probably not for you, but for others. Yeah.
Yeah, and what
totally
they went
agree.
through.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And something that everybody can use, which this is kind of a joke, but my dad would always I'd go tell him, you know, we didn't really need for anything. We, you know, we were fortunate in that area. We weren't super rich or anything like that, but you know, nice things. But sometimes like my dad and I would say something like, and he would say, "You need that like I need a battleship in my front yard." I use that when I think of things sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
It's true.
But having the cognizance, the awareness is great. It's a great thing to have, Boxer Mom. Thank you. Thank you for sharing. So Dr. Sharon says she has a closet story. I want to hear that closet story. You're welcome, Boxer Mom. You're welcome.
I'll go ahead and drop so you can bring others up. But hi, everybody on the panel.
Good to see you again. And thank you for always supporting. Really appreciate that. Thank you.
Oh, I love it. Well, I just appreciate you letting me come in and learn and listen. So
always welcome here. Thank you.
Yeah, and I apologize. I haven't been on a whole lot lately because of my dad.
No, that's okay.
But I'm getting more back in it. So
that's all right.
All right. Thanks, everybody.
Take care, Boxer Mom. Thank you.
You
Take
too.
care.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Go ahead, Dr. Sharon, with your closet story. And by the way, I hope Jewel has her own closet, come to think of it. Where's Dr. Sharon? Paging Dr. Sharon. Paging Dr. Sharon.
Probably on a call or a call came in.
Oh, okay. Never thought about that TV because I saw the mic open. Yeah.
Can you hear me? Oh, now we can hear me.
Now we can
Can you hear me now?
Yes, Dr. Sharon, go right ahead.
Oh, okay. Raise your hand if you ever bought a pair of shoes twice because your closet was so crowded you did not know you already owned the same pair of shoes.
Clothes, yes, but not shoes.
I did that some years ago, but I did it. And I got, and I'm like, how in the heck did I do this? Twice.
Mm-hmm. Closet too full.
Yeah, it was. But no, like someone had said to me before, this is a, what generation is that? Gen Z, one of them. That once she wears something and it's been on the internet, she can't wear it again. I said, really? Yeah, no, absolutely not. And I said, that is actually, that's
not sustainable.
It's not sustainable. It's not sustainable. It actually it's quite ridiculous, Dr. Keisha. I'm like, I don't know where you guys get that from, but absolutely not. I will wear my clothes. You will see me in it again as much as I want to. I'm actually in the process of like kind of revamping my wardrobe. And you know, the thing is, the clothes are freaking expensive. So I'm supposed to buy a top or a shirt, a pants, a dress, and wear it once? That's who?
Ask again, says who? Who wrote those rules? You see the problem, Dr. Sharon? These reality TV shows and social media. Huge problem. Everybody trying to keep up with somebody else. And a part of the problem too, a lot of us regular schmegular everyday citizens, right? We don't realize that a lot of people, a lot of celebrities get what them are wear for free.
Yes, they do. As a matter of fact, I stay besides my scrubs, because you know I wear scrubs a lot just for work. my daily uniform is going to be a white t-shirt and some jeans.
Welcome to my world.
You can't tell me if I'm wearing the same white t-shirt. You don't know.
Simon Cowell.
There you go. Right? I think what's his name from Apple did that too.
Steve Jobs.
Steve Jobs. Mark Zuckerberg does that too. Unless I have a special occasion, I'm like, no, I'm gonna buy myself about 24 white t-shirts, and that's what I'm gonna be wearing.
Come to my world, girl. Come to my world. Seriously.
Yep.
You don't have to second guess nothing.
Nope.
Mm-hmm. Do you know that in the mornings I struggle? What the heck am I gonna wear? But me just need that top to put on because me have on the same pants all week. Don't care. In the mornings, I hate it. Because I'm accustomed to, my husband would tell you, I have a uniform. Well, it has become a uniform. He's like, you know how nothing else to wear? This is what I feel comfortable in. And I wear the same things. Manners and respect, Black Buddha, wrapping up. I wear the same thing. I wear the same thing all the time. For me, it's easier. I think we all go through the phases though, but we have to be honest, right, with ourselves. We all go through the stages and the phases where we want how much clothes, we want how much shoes. And then I think as we get older, we evolve the way we think, right? We become a little more responsible. We are more financially aware, right? Some of us. So we change our behaviors, and the things that used to matter to us don't matter as much. We no longer concern ourselves with what people think. We start doing us. We start living for us, not for others. And the more we do that, the more we realize, you know what? So what if it's the same pair of jeans I wear last week? May I wear it again this weekend to go to the same spot, go hang out. I mean, no, I see the same people. So what? So what? Do you know there are people who return clothing? Make sure they not take off their tag and carry back people them clothes, go get them, trying to keep up with the Joneses because they can't be seen in the same thing twice. A lot of the things that the folks on that we see modeling clothing online, brand deals. A lot of them are brand deals. They're paid to wear the clothing to show you. And then you're going to talk about, say, because you see it on the internet, you now wear it again. No, sir. Kennedy says, I like the same kind of clothing. I don't know how to deviate from that. So I'll buy the same thing again and again. I get it. I get it. But we started off the conversation talking about having a money date, and it stemmed from a video that I played. Is it stealing? And I'm going to play the video one more time. So just those of you just coming in can hear the video, and we're going to wrap up. And we were talking about money dates, the importance of having a money date. And a money date is something you can have throughout your relationship, right? You make an agreement with your partner, how often you want to sit down to go over your finances, do a temperature check, make some financial plans together, set some goals together, right? But before Una said I do, or before you live with the person, you want to have money dates as well, so that you can see where each person is at, how each person thinks about money, how they value money, how they handle money. All right. So I'm going to play the video once more, and then we're going to go ahead and wrap up. Whoops.
Access to the bank account. A man who goes to work every day and provides for his woman, right? He trusts his woman so much that he allows her access to the bank account. What he does, to handle the financial responsibility, whatever, right? Yeah. So what this woman now does is she goes and she takes out a little bit at a time. So the gentleman who was speaking on the topic said that it's considered stealing. So in your perspective, what do you consider that? Like, would it be stealing if she did take a little by little, like secretively?
Why would she be taking the money secretively?
All right. So that is what we were talking about. Is it stealing? And it shouldn't have to get to that point. How? Because there's open, honest communication. You go on those money dates. Money can become a stressful thing in a relationship if it is not put in its proper place, if the necessary conversations are not had, right? And you have to also remember, in a relationship, there's a thing called sacrifice, and it takes two. You can't expect me to make the sacrifices and you're not willing to do the same so that it can work. We have agreed, we need to come to an agreement, and we need to stick to that agreement. All right, go right ahead, TBA, and then we'll go ahead and wrap up, close out.
Yeah. One of the things that I found very helpful for me, you'll find that a lot of times we don't develop a muscle memory to kind of pay attention to how we handle money. So what I'd recommend, I mean, if anybody would want, they can try, but just for 3 months, just track every dollar that you spend. Just keep a sheet of every dollar that you spend. And what you're going to track is the date that you spend it, how much it was, what did you buy, where did you buy it, and so forth. What that will do for 3 months, just for 3 months, what that will do is it will help you to kind of get a picture of all your expenses, all possible expenses, because within 3 months, all the stores that we ever go to, we will go there. You understand? I mean, sometimes it's longer for some people, but it will also give you an idea of how fast, whether or not your money finishes by, or you spend the most of your money before the 15th or between the 15th and the 18th and stuff like that. And you find that after you do it for 3 months and you stop, there are certain things that just become automatic in your mind. And you know, okay, if I need to have an extra $1,000, I know I need to just pull off that, don't go to that store. And then you find that you're better able to maneuver when it comes down to money, and whenever you need to cut back, whenever you need to make those sacrifices, you find that it's easier because you have a solid mental picture of how money flows through your hands.
Absolutely. Taking responsibility. I like that. And we need to share that again another time. All right, folks. So I want to say thank you to Mr. President for sending over those videos that we played, especially the second one. It allowed us to have a conversation, and we went down other avenues. But the essence of it, folks, is if you're in a relationship, money needs to be, you need to have a conversation about money. You need to get on the same page as your partner. Be honest about your weaknesses and your strengths when it comes to managing money, right? You shouldn't have to have secrets if you say you love the person you're with. If you're in a committed relationship, you should be open about what it is that you're doing, what your plans are. That's how I see it, right? What worked for me ain't gonna work for you. You must know what works best for you. All right, YouTube. We'll be back with you tomorrow morning, 9:35 a.m. Thank you so much, ATN friends, for holding it down on YouTube. Take care of yourselves. Goodbye. Coffee in Tow is an interactive world news podcast, a dynamic and engaging live show that streams across multiple internet radio stations worldwide. This podcast brings you real-time news updates, in-depth analysis, and interactive discussions on global events, making you a part of the conversation no matter where you are. With a diverse range of expert guests and listener participation, it's your go-to source for staying informed and connected to the world. Coffee in Tow is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to LormelSkinFood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grand Coffee House.